And we will be able to begin. Welcome to the first Women in Tech in Argentina. As you can see, my smile is as big as my face because this has been an idea that got stronger and stronger, and we worked on it gradually. And it is a great pleasure for all of us to have you all in this beautiful palace. And also, it's wonderful to have you through the YouTube streaming. This event brings together national and international specialists to talk and debate about technology and inclusion. It is a great honor to greet you, especially those of you who are accompanying us through the YouTube streaming. As this event is an international event, we have two YouTube streamings, one in Spanish and one in English. Besides, as I was telling you before, you will be able to listen to the presentations if you have the headsets throughout the event. If you need to leave the room, please return the translation devices on your way out. Let us talk a little about women in tech in Finland, which was the first country where this event was organized. Women in Tech is an organizational network whose goal is to motivate and support women and non-conforming genders through the promotion of equality and equity in technology. Among some of the main activities that Women in Tech in Finland has is the organization of inspiring events around technology and its social impact. The contribution to set up contacts with people, organizations, and companies working in these affairs, and to disseminate the importance of gender equality in technology, as well as developing spaces for debate that will help to achieving inclusion and the reduction of the gender gap in the technological ecosystem. The Gender Center in Technology in Argentina is made up by public agencies and private companies, CITs, and third sector organizations, civil society organizations. And we focus on bringing about training and learning spaces in CIT themes for women and non-conforming genders to make the role and non-conforming genders role visible, those especially working in the CIT sector, and try to achieve a reduction of the gender gap in this ecosystem. For those of us who have organized this event, that is to say, the Technology Gender Center of the Technological Innovation Secretariat in the public sector, Nokia, and the Embassy of Finland, the goal that we pursue is to work towards achieving greater equity and gender inclusion or inclusion of genders in this sector, bringing about more opportunities and spaces for more women and non-conforming genders to be developed in these areas. We really believe that it is very important to visibilize those who are already part of this sector and also make public the fact that there is an existing demand. We need more voices talking about technology, diverse voices talking about what might be the future in the world. In order to do that, throughout the day, we will have different panels, three of them specifically, and two sessions to keynote speeches. The first panel, which will begin at 10, is Education in Sciences and Technology. In that case, we will deal with the need of making it interesting, making all careers related to science and technology interesting to the first early childhood and adolescence. The second is technology to mitigate climate change. That is to say, how we will use technology to be better, to behave in a kinder way in our planet. Third, digitalization with a social impact. We will work on the myths that digitalization normally brings about in the average people. Each one of these panels will be moderated by experts who will tell us their opinion, and we will have two very prestigious speakers.
Lucas. Those experts are Linda Lucas from Finland and Mercedes D'Alessandro from Argentina. Now that you know more or less how the day, or how we'll go about this day and this event, let me tell you that the entire organization was done with great passion and effort for the three pillars that we have gender, technology, and the environment. With us are the people that supported us from the very beginning when we brought this idea. That is the Secretary for Technological Innovation in the public sector of the Cabinet Chief's Office of Argentina, Micaela Sanchez Malcolm. Also with us is the head of advisors of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Luciano Quito. Also with us are Heidi Normella, Chargé d'Affaires from the Finnish Embassy in Buenos Aires, and Celedonio von Butnau, Director of Governmental Affairs for Latin America at Nokia. I invite you to make a few opening remarks.
Gracias, Lilian.
Thank you, Lilian. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here today organizing Women in Tech for the first time in Argentina. It has 17 years history in the world. It began in Finland and was replicated in Sweden, but it's taking place elsewhere in the world, bringing to the fore all the themes that we are dealing with today. I'd like to thank the Foreign Ministry, the Foreign Minister, Santiago Cafiero, who was not able to make it today. I'd like to thank Ms. Tito today. I'd like to thank the Embassy of Finland, who has been working with us throughout these 2 months of organization. Obviously, thank you, Nokia, because they are part of the Center of Genders and Non-Conforming Genders in Technology that we set up a little while ago. Today is the International Day Against Transphobia, Homophobia, and Biphobia, and Internet International Day. The fact that we are together today here, setting up this first meeting, is significant, not only regarding the relevance of the issues that we will be dealing with today, but it is also very relevant because it is a supplement to what I am sharing with you today, which is related to the horizontal policies of genders and non-conforming genders carried out by the national government led by Mr. Alberto Fernandez. If this hadn't happened at the time of the electoral campaign, and if no specific policies had been undertaken, we wouldn't be able to be here today. We wouldn't be here today. And we are talking not only about the creation of the Ministry of Women, Gender, and Non-Conforming Genders, but today we are also having the federal meeting of women in the country. That is why we don't have the minister with us. But we're also thinking about the creation of a cabinet to make gender policies common to all and transversal to all. For instance, the law of voluntary interruption of pregnancy, the 1,000-day law, and also the fact that we have a non-binary document, an ID, which is non-binary. This is also transferred to a digital identity. We're the first country in the world which sets up the non-binary representation in our app. And that also has to do with openness of mind and improvement of rights. And we also would like to mention the different programs that have to do with women in the labor market. And Mercedes Alexandra will make a reference to a budget with a gender perspective in Argentina. And we also have a law for the promotion in the private and public sector of the employment of non-binary, transgender, and transvestite people, and we are working to fulfill these quotas. And it's important because we would like to implement that in the companies. This, among many other policies that are part of a wider policy regarding the government and the political commitment. But let's go to what is specific to us today, the agenda that you are going to be part of today. Let us focus on the industry of telecommunications, technology, science, engineering, mathematics. And what do we see here? What is it that we repeat whenever we meet and when we set up joint work? We see that there is inequality. We see that women and non-conforming genders are unequally represented, and we analyze how the um, r- payrolls of employees, we see that only 30% are made up of men and women, but we also see that UNESCO, for instance, says what's the percentage of executive positions in the hands of women or non-conforming genders, it's only 10%. And if we go to Argentina, how the different university careers related to computers, engineering, and mathematics, we go back to that 28 or 30%, where women and non-conforming genders have very little participation. What clearly happens in universities is what is at the top of the pyramid. What is it that we want to talk about today? We have to go lower in the pyramid. These moments, such as the one we have today, are moments in which we have to make these problems visible, talking about them, sharing meetings, and bring about joint actions, collaborative actions, political actions. There's only one effect that is a result of all this. By the mere fact of being together, this effect is multiplying. It has a multiplying effect. When we start working jointly through the public-private articulation, the Center of Women and Non-Conforming Genders in Technology, we did this thinking not only about the people who can carry out a university career, but also thinking about children, childhood, bringing about different spaces for their easier identification, taking stock of the fact that including women have brought about a transcendental economic impact, for instance, from the GDP. This has been measured regarding the care tasks, but also measured in the productivity brought about in industries of which we are part, when we have different perspectives and supplementary perspectives. So the center's goal is related to this, to make this need visible, because it is known and it is internationally debated that there is a requirement for talent. There is a need in the industry of having trained, skilled profiles that will be part of the different labor ranks of industries related to telecommunications and technology in general. And those spaces must and necessarily must be occupied equitably, because we have opportunities for the accommodation into the labor markets. This takes place at different levels, and we want to deal with today. We must balance the percentages of university careers, of course. Should we think about identifying girls, children, boys and girls regarding diversity and the training with technology, of course. But in the middle, there's a layer of women who are part of the labor market, and they're not necessarily related to technologies. But if we can re-skill them, re-accommodate them, retrain them regarding technology, we can do that immediately. We can do that working together. And I understand that is something that we must carry out, because there are immediate opportunities of getting higher salaries, better jobs, and having an insertion into a dynamic industry, which is extremely important for the Argentine economy and the world. So we have huge opportunities to work together and to carry this along. This is our goal at the Center of, uh, of Diversities in Technology. It's great to have you here to be part of this meeting. It is something that we're very grateful for. You will get to know different projects and work that we've carried out, not only from the Secretariat, but by different agencies of the national government, institutes of technological training, secondary schools, CONICET work carried out by the Undersecretariat of Administrative Technology, and also work in connectivity to bring about equality for all. And the proposal is basically this: if there's equal jobs, equal pay for women and for non-conforming genders, but also having a greater representation of women and non-conforming genders. So today, when we want to vindicate our struggle, and we have to be against transphobia, biphobia, and homophobia. And we also would like to highlight that there is a great importance in being connected, and there's a need to reduce the gap, not only the access gap, but also use and knowledge gaps. A whole day lies ahead. It will bring us lots of knowledge and solutions. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be in this building. We are gathered today in a day that brings together the work done by the Secretariat and the Embassy of Finland. It's a reason to celebrate that we are here in the palace. I'd like to accompany Micaela because from the very first moment, she has tried to convey the importance of including women in the areas of technology. There is still a big gap there. The world has seen the awakening of a feminist movement. In Argentina, there's been a rise of the feminist movement, which is not reduced to safe and legal abortion or gender violence. It is a bigger violence, a movement that forces us to review our structures in all spheres, at home, at work, in the institutions. That is why at the Foreign Ministry, we have Alba Rueda, who's special representative for gender identity and sexual orientation. It is a position that exists in some other countries, such as United States, Italy, Germany, in the UK, and we are very proud to have this position existing in Argentina too. This administration, which has created the Ministry of Gender, Women, and Nonconforming Genders, tries to break the glass ceiling. The first person I met here is Ana Castellani. She is somebody who has always insisted on that concept. There is a very big gap when you take a look at the pyramid of the different jobs. You take a look at the base of the pyramid, it's more equitable. And when you go up in the pyramid, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. And that's happened in all institutions. It's also happening in the state. And we want to redress this. There is a prejudice about having women not able to take up the commitment or the time implied by top ranking jobs, because it is thought that the sphere of what's public or home affairs have a bigger influence than it has on men, and motherhood also has an influence on women and not on men. That still exists. There are many skills or attributes that women are given that are socially perceived in a non-innocent way as masculine or male or female. While women are unstable, weak, loving, dependent, sensitive, subjective, men are stable, strong, cold, rebellious, brave, objective, rational. And that is transferred to the roles given to women historically.
While we are supposed to be good cooks and carers, men are good at mechanics and technology, precisely technology, mechanics, sports. These are the very famous stereotypes that are still with us. So in addition to us being faced with these stereotypes, society attaches different values to these characteristics. When we provide masculine aspects to roles because the various roles demanded seek to have the characteristic that males are supposed to have. So when we talk about masculinizing, mailing these roles, has to do with this. That's why I attach great value to this meeting, to break away from these stereotypes. We should all, as women, become protagonists and play our role, the roles that we want to play and that we deserve to play. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As a representative of the Embassy of Finland, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to this Women in Tech meeting organized by the Gender Center in Technology, Nokia, and the Finnish Embassy in Buenos Aires in this beautiful venue of the Foreign Ministry of Argentina. Very often it is said that being born a girl in Finland is like winning the lottery. Finland has always been a pioneer in gender equality, the first country in Europe to provide the suffrage right to women in 1906, and the first in the world to allow women to run as candidates to elections in that same year. Since the beginning of this century, we've had three prime ministers that were women and a very dear president that served for 12 years. Currently, the government in Finland is led by women, leaders of their parties, and most of them are representatives of a generation that grew with gender equity and equality for gender non-conforming persons as well, not as an ideal, but as a reality. Until the mid-20th century, Finland had the history of a rural, poor country. Changes in our society, especially since the 1950s, have happened fast. In the transformation of a developing country, we've gone from being a developing country to being an industrialized country and beyond. And for that, gender equity was key. This transformation was strengthened by means of the participation of women in political life, opportunities in education, and economic equality. In addition, many important decisions to promote gender equity have strengthened equality in society as a whole. Likewise, Finland has been a pioneer in the digital transformation process. Finland has a long history in digitalization, from the central units of computers in the 1950s through Nokia's success in the millennium up to the present date. Today, Finland is one of the more digitalized countries in the world and is a world leader in digital innovation. The government plan is strongly focused on promoting digitalization, advancing digitalization, and we are very much committed to that work. In Finland, the various parts of society collaborate intensely. In the digitalization process, it is especially important that everybody be involved. Success depends on the capacity of citizens, companies, communities, and the public administration to produce, protect, understand, and use information. And ultimately, a digital economy is possible thanks to an education and training system that makes it possible to have high competent, qualified, and creative professionals. Our history has shown that we can be proud of our achievements, but we also have to make efforts always to improve. We have much work to do ahead of us. For example, Finland still has a gender wage gap of 16%, and it has one of the more segregated labor markets, segregated by gender. Europe, with men and women grouped around different professions. And this can be seen especially in the STEM areas. The Finnish government recognizes that even if in gender equity terms its government has been historical, it doesn't represent all the existing diversity. The government has an action plan for gender equality that's very ambitious, seeking also to improve the situation of gender minorities. The neutral marriage law regarding gender became effective in Finland in 2017, and the new law also provides the right to adopt to a same-sex couple. The discussion, the debate about equality to gender non-conforming persons has been extended to early education and the school world. So it's clear that we all have much work to do ahead of us, and that's why it's important that today we meet in this framework of Women in Tech. The first event of Women in Tech in Finland, as was said before, was organized in 2013 for the first time, and over the years, Women in Tech have become a broad network that promotes the values of gender equity and equality in technology. In this framework, also important issues are discussed like climate change and education, like we will do today. For the embassy, it's a great pleasure to be able to co-organize this first Women in Tech meeting in Argentina. At today's meeting, we'll have a highly inspirational participants from the private sector, the public administration, the academic world, and NGOs. So I'm sure that we can continue learning one from another, working together to promote equality of gender and gender non-conforming persons. I wish you all a very successful meeting. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to those that are following us online, that are with us online. It's a great honor for us, and for me in particular, to represent Nokia at this meeting. This meeting that you'll have today is a result of many hours of work. Tireless women from the Finnish embassy, in particular Emilia. I won't say her last name because it's more difficult than mine, but Emilia really put her heart, all her passion and time so that this would become a reality. A special word of thanks to the Secretariat of Innovation, Micaela and Annabelle, and also Laura and Karina, who have worked very hard so that this meeting could become a reality. Let me also thank especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Argentina, because holding this meeting here at the Palacio San Martin, the first Women in Tech in Argentina, is a great honor. It's a fantastic, beautiful building, and the fact that you're receiving us here deserves a special thank to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Argentina's government. And let me especially thank Lilia de Nicola from Nokia, who has worked in the last 3 to 4 months very hard so that we could hold this event. We want to thank her for her dedication, her hard work. Thank you, Lillian, very much. Nokia's objective with this, jointly with the embassy, is to share a very important thing that is Women in Tech with the Center for Technology. The Center for Technology that started operating more than a year ago. And its purpose is to achieve greater presence of women and non-conforming genders, presence in the world of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And with that work, they will also make it possible for many other men to join this world. This world of STEM is essential for the development of our country, for the development of the world, indeed. Many of the things where we're trying to find answers to, many of the areas we're trying to find answers to the problems we face as a society, as an Argentine society, as a global society, will come from STEMs. The answers will come from STEM. So any effort made to achieve a greater participation of women and non-conforming genders, and with that, greater participation of males also in this world of STEM is very important. I suggest that you visit the website of the Center for Gender and Technology or the YouTube channel of the Secretariat of Innovation, where you will find many of the activities carried out by this Center for Gender and Technology. These activities performed by the government and by each one of the members. Find their activities, for example, that Nokia has been carrying out last year, for example, a series of talks which we called Nokia Educatic, where you'll find much information about the world of telecommunications, the history, each one of the stages, the world of the fifth generation, artificial intelligence, and also issues that have to do with leadership. Communications are not a miracle. The fact that we receive a communication over a phone does not happen spontaneously. There's much work, much development behind that. And to the extent we can understand that, we will understand it and offer it and appreciate it much better. Another activity, for example, my first app aimed at children to help them develop applications, apps, which is what we use today. Another activity is the path followed by an IP package, also for children, where the idea is to explain to children what is the world of technology like. And finally, a very interesting work jointly with Nokia Buildups, that is 5G certification. This is a scholarship granted by Nokia to women students in Argentine universities in the world of engineering, so that they follow this course and so they understand the fifth generation of technologies. And when we have the fifth generation here in Argentina, they can make their contributions to its development. Something that's very important for us has to do with overcoming gaps, not only in the world of telecommunications, the digital gap or the connectivity gap or divide, but also the gender gap, the gender divide. This is another area in which Nokia has been investing much. We've been working hard, and we want this to be replicated in other businesses, governments, the world, Argentine society. For this purpose, we've had a strong representation of women. The idea is to increase their representation. Currently, we have 22% of our labor force are women. 60% of those women have leadership positions. But if we look at Nokia's board, 38% are women. And the objective is at least to try to hire every year at least 26% women. That's a flaw. So we need necessarily women's participation in the world of STEM so that we, Nokia, can benefit from their participation. In 2021, Nokia signed the principles for the empowerment of women and collaborates with UN Women. We've also worked much on salary pay equity, which we achieved in 2019, trying to, on a permanent basis, keep an eye on these issues so that there is no difference between men and women in terms of pay. And it's not just men and women, it's individuals because of their race, age, background. They should all have the same possibilities and the same wage based on the work they do. It's another interesting thing. There are some things that Nokia does, but there are other things that Nokia's employees do with Nokia's support. Stronger Strong Her has the purpose of empowering women. And it was born out of Nokia's employees, and then Nokia accompanied them and supported it. And just as it happened with Strong Her, there are other movements. One of them has to do, for example, in the US, there is a group called ABLE, and its purpose, its objective is to help Black people, African-American individuals, so that they have the same conditions as the rest of Nokia's employees have, so that they can grow and develop. Another important program is Equal, aimed at the LGBT plus community. And the objective here as well is to help them feel one more person within Nokia so that they can develop, grow, and become better in what they do. Another of the things we've developed in this connection is if we look at the Bloomberg's Gender Equity Index, Nokia had a rating of 63.77%, and in industry, we are at 69% in the industry as a whole. So we are doing very well. And if we look at Corporate Equity Index of the Campaña Derechos Humanos Foundation, when it measures LGBT equality, Nokia achieved 100% rating. And another important thing, it's not just about enabling the professional development of women, it's also about accompanying them in their family lives. And what Nokia has done in this connection is it established a leave when women have a child for the mother and the father of the child. It's a 3-month leave, which can be extended for 1 year, and the company will keep the position for those individuals. And that can be arranged between husband and wife, or the man and the woman, so that not all the burden falls on the woman, but also we want to make sure that the man can collaborate and accompany the education process of our children, of the children. Also, as part of these international recognitions that Nokia has, for the 5th consecutive year, we're being identified as one of the most ethical businesses in the world. In the world of telecommunications, we are one of the leaders, and this is something that's essential for us as a company in our business management. And to conclude, sustainability. This is a key issue for us. Thank God we are in the world of telecommunications, technology, that can make a substantive contribution to a sustainable development of our planet. Ultimately, there is a statement we have in the company, no ring without digital, but we also say no digital without connectivity. We need connectivity to become digital, and we need digitalization to become a sustainable world in its development. What telecommunications can bring about, what digitalization can bring about, what STEM programs can bring about in terms of making better use of our natural resources, making better use of our material resources, providing greater efficiency to all production and other processes so that we can manage to stop climate change. Climate change, I'm not sure we'll be able to stop it fully, but if each one of us, if each one of our businesses, each one of the governments globally contribute their share, even if small, we will achieve a more sustainable world, and we will make it last many more years. And with this, there is a statement that identifies us, a phrase, and we say that we create technologies that help the world act jointly. This is Nokia's objective. This is Nokia's commitment. And for this, not only technology, but also you women, you gender non-conforming persons, and you men are essential so that we can achieve that objective. Thank you very much.
You're so tall. As in all events happens, we've spent 2 or 3 months talking about the agenda. Please respect the agenda, the minutes, the time, and we haven't done it. Something which is quite normal for Argentinians. Maybe Finnish people don't find this something common, and there's diversity here too. Thank you very much for your words. I'd like to take up Luciana's comment when you mentioned about the masculinization of the role. This event is for us to see that there are women who are leaders with a style of their own. And if we can open up the scope and see how different women exert their leadership, that will help all of us to copy those models. So we will maybe pass on to a model that is not so much of a male model. I'd like to remind you that this event is being streamed in YouTube. There are 2 channels, one for the Spanish streaming and the other one for the English version of the event. And we will now go to the first panel of the day. I'm not going to mention Emilia's last name either. I've been practicing it, but I must confess that it was very hard for me. So, Emilia, you will mention your last name when you may present yourself. And with Emilia, we'll have the first panel, Education in Science and Technology. We will have specialists, invited specialists, who will talk about the importance of education and the roles of gender in the areas of science and technology, with a view towards achieving more women and more non-conforming genders to contribute with their opinions in the development of this sector. This panel is going to be moderated by Emilia. She's the advisor of education and science in the Embassy of Finland in Argentina, and she's representative in Latin America of Team Finland Knowledge Network. It's an initiative of the Education and Culture Ministry, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, trying to make the Finnish education horizontal beyond European borders. Emilia works mainly in developing programs for teachers and leaders of educational institutions and has a wide experience in the field of education. This panel will allow us it will allow us to have questions. This is going to be a hybrid panel. We will have people here on site and people via streaming. So please try to type your questions, register your questions, and we can share them at the end of the presentations. So before starting with the panel, I'd like to suggest that you can follow us in the social media, Twitter, the center of, it's at Center GT AR, and in Instagram, you can follow the Finland Embassy at Finlandia Buenos Aires. Emilia, you have the floor. Can you hear me? Thank you, Lilian, for your introduction. I am Emilia Achbeniarbi. There's no problem whatsoever with the difficulty in the pronunciation of my name, diversity in pronunciation too. This panel will talk about education in science and technology. We will talk about how this education influences on the presence and participation of women in the technological sector and in the scientific activity. I would also like to warmly welcome all our audience in the room and the YouTube audience in the English and Spanish streaming. We have enough information that help us to go deep into the debate of science and technology education from the point of view of gender equality and non-conforming genders equality. In order to have enough talent in the scientific and technological sectors and to reach a situation of gender parity and more diversity in these sectors, it is extremely necessary for education and learning to be motivating from early childhood, and that they remain accessible and they remain appealing for the greatest number of people as age and demands increase. The GEM report, which is a global monitoring of education by UNESCO, and the gender report of 2022, which is included in it, point to the fact that female students globally are reaching a higher development of performance than males, especially in reading and in natural sciences. This is for the case of medium and high income countries. Nevertheless, globally, the gap about performance in mathematics still remains. Likewise, the well-known system of university rankings, the Times Higher Education, in a joint project with the International Institute for Higher Education in Latin America and the Caribbean, has carried out a global analysis that focuses on the fact that less than 2/5 of the high-level academics are women at the world level, whereas less than 1/3 of the writers of research work is women. In Argentina, according to data published by CPEC towards the end of 2020, although 6 out of 10 university graduates in Argentina are women, they account only for 25% of the total of those who study engineering and applied sciences, and 50% of enrollments in the programming careers. These percentages are then reflected in the business sector of the technological world. Regarding scientific research, researchers are underrepresented in the exact sciences. They, they concentrate in the early stages of the scientific career, and they find more difficulties than males to have financing and publish in prestigious magazines or journals. In Finland, a country where the technological industry and CIT industry requires every year more than 13,000 new professionals, a little less than a week ago, there was a big news that in the last cycle of applications to higher education, out of the applicants to engineering careers, 36% were women. And in CIT careers, it was only 28%. That's good news, undoubtedly. But if they are accepted, we would simply go back to the participation levels that we had back in the 80s. This information makes us go deeper into the debate about the influence of education in science and technology in these situations in the labor market. And today, we have 4 specialists with deep knowledge. I'd like to introduce our online panelists first. From Helsinki, we have Anneli Karlsted, Anneli is the Global Director of Inclusion and Diversity in Nokia. This has been a position she held since November 2018. Before holding this position, she worked for many years as communications directors in employees and changes in Nokia. And after moving on to human resources, she explored the areas of leadership development and cultural transformation. Anneli's goal is to have diversified teams to get together to design, co-create, and progress. She thinks that bringing diverse people with different characteristics, identities, and histories together, but also with diverse cognitive capacities, knowledge, and experience will make the world and Nokia stronger. Very welcome, Anneli.
Thank you, Emilia.
It is a great joy to hear you and to hear that you are very well connected in Zoom. Together with Anneli from Helsinki, we have Jenny Vartiainen. She is a researcher and university professor at the University of Helsinki. Her interests in her research are the play-based education in children, the teaching of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and scientific literacy. Jenny is also interested in the scientific identity and equality in scientific education. Jenny has more than 10 years experience in the training of professors. At university, she teaches pedagogy and didactics of science and mathematics to professors that are training professors. And in her research, Jenny has developed a playful, play-based education model for children at an early age. It combines games, stories, imagination, and education in the STEM sciences. It is applied in 30 countries. To offer the model globally, Jenny has co-created a company called Kide Science, which offers to professors and educators online training and play-based learning plans. Welcome, Jenny, and congratulations because Kide Science has been nominated for the Extreme Challenge Awards 2022 UNICEF. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Bien.
And we now have Jenny's image in our screens. Perfect. And here on site, I am sharing the podium with Cora Steinberg. She's a specialist in education of UNICEF Argentina. She holds a degree in sociology of University of Buenos Aires. She's a magister in social policies and planning of the London School of Economics, England. She is a professor at the National Pedagogic University. In her professional career, Cora has worked at the Ministry of Education of Argentina, the Ministry of Labor, and the Ministry of Social Development. She has been a consultant at IIPE UNESCO Buenos Aires, OEI, and UNICEF Argentina. Her research and publications themes are related to social inequalities as well as territorial and educational inequalities. She is a member of the National Council of Educational Quality of the National Education Ministry and the Federal Observatory of Integral Sexual Education. Cora, welcome and thank you for sharing your morning with us. Thank you. And we have Anna Rappaport. She is a sociologist of the University of Buenos Aires and Magister in Public Policies of the Pompeu Fabra Barcelona University. For more than 10 years, Anna has been working in the statistics information area of the Technological Education Institute, INET. And since 2017, she is a coordinator for the gender equity area of INET. Welcome, Anna.
Perfect.
Very well. Now we will start with our panel conversation. And the first thing I'd like to ask to our experts is, where do we stand? From your areas of expertise, how are policies and practices to promote education and training in technology and science moving? Are they on the right track? And what information do we have about the state of play and progress? Cora, you could offer a viewpoint from the region, Argentina and Latin America. Yes, thank you so much for this invitation. It's an honor. It's a great pleasure to participate in the first Women in Tech in Buenos Aires. And you were just talking about data globally and said that many international organizations have been systematizing this with much effort, because very often information is part of those challenges that is building the evidence to be able to monitor equitable access of boys, girls, and adolescents all over the world to the development of key skills for their lives, and among them, digital skills, scientific thinking skills, scientific literacy, as we like to call it. And at the regional level, I think it's important to consider the progress made in the last few years, the efforts made by the various governments that have moved ahead with different strategies, some of them shared, especially as of the 1990s, but in particular in the first decade of this millennium and the second decade, I would say, where we know very well some of the programs that are still in place. I'd like to mention Conectar Igualdad, that's been in place since 2010 in Argentina, but also Enlaces in Chile, that's been in place for longer. While After per Child in Peru, which was replicated in Paraguay, in Nicaragua, also an initiative in Paraguay, in Uruguay, other initiatives in Colombia, also in Mexico, and the various countries that focused on democratizing access to technologies in schools. Data in Argentina showed that until the 1990s, there was very little integration of technologies to schools, not to speak about connectivity, not to mention connectivity. And these processes and the importance attached by a transformation model in societies, all this fostered and increased demand also from the educational system, so that we review the contents of subjects, the curricula, and what progress was being made in terms of the incorporation of these skills, knowledge, and the resources necessary to develop them in schools. So much progress was made in terms of installing, putting in place these policies in the region, and also learning from the implementation of policies. And let me stress this, because it is necessary also to accompany the implementation of policies at the level of research, assessments, evaluations that can allow us to build a body of knowledge that can allow us to know what's the best way to carry out and develop these skills. And why do I mention the fact that this should be accompanied by an increase in the rate of schooling? And we've seen that in Argentina and in the regions, there's a more equitable process. All boys and girls have access to basic education nowadays. And this is basic, thinking about the inclusion, educational inclusion of all children. But has it been enough? This was part of the question we were discussing. Of course, it's necessary and urgent to say that this is not enough, that the most recent data show and talk about the great inequalities, many of them having to do with social and economic levels of households where boys and girls live in our country and in the region. There's much inequality. So there's great inequality associated to access to technological resources, access to connectivity, and also access to a differentiated educational offering. Another great inequality is the context. There are great differences in terms of the likelihood boys and girls have to have access to the development of digital skills and deep knowledge in the area of science and mathematics. And what brings us together today as well, we continue to see gender inequalities. Even if boys and girls have the same likelihood to have access to education and to reach the last few years of education, however, it's girls that have the lowest performance, in particular in mathematics compared to boys. The latest data indicate that there are 10 points of difference between boys and girls in terms of their performance. They are achieving levels lower than the basic ones. So this is a great concern at UNICEF in Argentina, in the region, and globally. There are studies that have been conducted in order to put this on the working table of the various educational agendas and agendas for the development of communications and also for social development. Because when we look at what are these inequalities and how they are accounted for, there are 2 points, and I'd like to close with this. There are 2 points that continue to have a strong incidence and that explain many of these differences. On the one hand, and this was said at the beginning, gender stereotypes that are still in place, roles, what should women, what should boys do? What are they expected to do? And this translates into many views, actions, and invitations and non-invitations to play with certain topics and not others. That's very deeply rooted in our culture, in our societies, in our practices. A second element that's part of the problems we have is these stereotypes in professors, in teachers that are deeply rooted in professors, teachers that continue to, in their assessments, in their evaluations, continue to have biases. There's data showing that there's a significant percentage of them that think that it's easier for boys to learn mathematics than it is for girls. And 2 other bottlenecks regarding gender stereotypes in curricula, the themes that are taken to the classroom, examples, problems that need to be solved. There's not gender stereotyping there, and also an absence of women in subjects that have to do with mathematics, science, engineering, in particular in secondary school education. Thank you very much, Cora. I think it's very important what you said about a precondition that is access to technology, and the points that you just mentioned will be developed in greater depth later as part of the same panel. Let me now turn the floor to Jenny Vartiainen. I hope, Jenny, you're ready and properly connected over Zoom. I'd like to know what the situation is like in Finland. How those policies and practices implemented to promote an interest in education and training in science and technology. Over to you.
Thank you, Emilia. And good morning, everyone, and greetings from Finland. In Finland, we put a lot of emphasis on supporting pupils and students' interest and motivation towards science. For example, when we have a look at our national curriculums, starting from kindergarten and all the way until the end of the high school, the first aim for science, technology, and math is that children will have positive attitudes towards STEM subjects, that they will feel interest towards them and they are motivated to learn it. So that is the very first listed aim for learning. But if we have a quick look at PISA results that Emilia also addressed a bit before, girls in Finland, they have the best scores in natural sciences. So they perform the best of the OECD countries. And our boys, they are in the sixth place. But when we look at girls and are they going to strive after career in STEM subjects, the Finnish girls are least likely to go to the STEM-related careers. So they perform the best, but their interest, motivation towards STEM-related careers are almost the lowest of the PISA test that other countries have there. Finnish boys, they also do quite well in science, not as well as girls do, but their interest is still quite low. So, although Finnish curriculums in schools emphasize a lot of interest, motivation, positive attitudes, it really doesn't translate into the general interest that our teenagers have towards STEM subjects. And to open up this a bit, I would like to talk a little moment about scientific identity. So with identity, we mean that what kind of persons we think we are. And of course, in identity, closely related is the idea what we like, what kind of things we enjoy doing. And James G. has quite popular identity theory that says that identity is always context related. Identity isn't something that is stable or something that wouldn't change. Identity change throughout our lives, and identity change in different contexts, different places, with different persons. And to James G., there are 4 different types of identities. There is natural identity, and with natural identity, James G. means identity that comes from characteristics that we are born, in a sense, with. If you are a twin child, you have a twin child identity. Then G says that there is institutional identity. Identity that is somehow connected to institutions, for example, school or your working place. Doctors have usually very strong institutional identity through their position as a doctor, but schools also deliver quite strong institutional identities. Then we have this kind of discourse identity. What kind of discourses and narratives are related to topics or persons, and what kind of identities we build to ourselves according to discourses and narratives. And then we have affinity identity. Identity that builds when we do things that we really enjoy and when we are hanging around with people who are like-minded and we have similar interests. And if we go back to natural identity, so idea that we might have some characteristics that we're born with. And we all know that math and science as well, there are strong myths that we might born with skills that makes you better, for example, in math, or that male have naturally better skills in math, for example, than women. But these myths are busted several times. So no matter what your gender or any other characteristics, you still can learn math and science equally well. So when we look at identity building, we should first pay a lot of attention that we bust this kind of natural identities, where, for example, women or girls might think that they have such brains that are not able to learn STEM subjects, for example. That still exists. And when it comes to institutional identity, our schools, they really do a lot of work, and they do a lot of good work when they try to support interest and motivation towards STEM subjects. And from quite good learning results, we could indicate that schools are not failing in creating some kind of motivation and interest around science and other STEM subjects, because interest and motivations are very important parts when we look at will children learn something or not. So I would say that schools are not failing completely. But the point is that children's identity is very binded to institution, to school. And therefore, it doesn't translate in their free time or in their ideas that what I will be in the future, what are my career plans when I grow up. And when we look at discourse identity around science, if we, for example, think what kind of characters in animations or TV shows or in media in general we introduce, and what kind of persons are good in STEM, I think that narrative is still quite stereotypical. So usually in, for example, TV programs, people who are interested in STEM, they are male, they probably are a bit nerdy, they usually fail in their relationships with friends or with other genders, and they really don't seem like persons very many young people can relate themselves to. So I think to build very strong scientific identity, we should also pay a careful attention towards what kind of persons we bring to media to talk about STEM, what kind of persons we represent in young people's TV programs, YouTube channels, TikToks, whatever they follow. So we should have a much more versatile STEM people there, young children, to tell narratives also about different STEM persons than what is the most stereotypical one. And the last one is affinity identity. So do you have possibility to be interested in STEM subjects in your free time? Do you have possibility to go to science hobbies, or do you have possibility to meet persons who share this interest with you? Because when we go back to PISA results, Finland is the second lowest scoring country in the sense that will our teenagers do STEM as a hobby? So basically, they don't do that. And that's not because of teenagers. That's because we don't offer them enough possibilities to get interested in science in their free time. So to conclude, I would like to emphasize that school only can't build strong scientific identities. So we really have to consider how we talk about science and STEM in media, what kind of role models we offer, and what kind of possibilities we offer for young people to engage in STEM-related hobbies.
Muchísimas gracias, Jenny.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I think that what you have just told us is extremely important, especially about scientific identities. And as identities are subject in certain places, such as schools, subject to schools, for instance, or are related to schools. And I'm thinking about how to extend that scientific identity, which is created at schools, beyond the limits of formal education. We will go now back to Argentina and let's take a look at some data about technical, professional, secondary education. Anna, what you told me about the work being carried out in INET, about new data about this area in education is extremely innovative, and that information was completely new to me. So I am very interested about your presentation. How does the technical professional education stands in Argentina, especially in high schools? Thank you for the invitation. 1 year ago, we were all brought together by the center, and I'd like also to thank those watching from the YouTube streaming. We are an important group of people. Behind us, there are lots of companies and public and private institutions. It's an honor for the Ministry of Education, INET, to be part of this and to start working on these different networks and networking among all of us. As I was telling Emilia, I'd like to go back to the title of our panel, Where Do We Stand? Because a few months ago, we had a meeting and we had talked about the need and the importance of having data separated into genders so as to identify the biggest, the widest gaps and to set our priorities well. Back then, I told everybody present that I wasn't bringing good news, and I'm not bringing good news today either. But as today is the International Day of the Internet, and we are commemorating that and seeing how to improve pending issues, I have a few updates that I wanted to share with you to see what is it that we can improve on. I'm going to focus on just a few data to give you a brief outlook. Today, we will be publishing in the INET webpage the update of the information we presented in the meeting we had some time ago, and we have them divided into provinces. Today, I will only make reference to national information. It's important for you to take a look at this information in detail because differences are quite important. Of the information that you'll see on screen, I will only mention 3 numbers, which can be very much related to the presentation made by Jenny. I don't have a pointer, but I'm going to focus on the box in the middle, which says the percentage of first year, the percentage of boys and girls choosing technical schools. We call it ETP. It's a professional technical high school. It's one of the different modalities that we have in high school education in our country. It's an emphasis on technical subjects. And out of the students graduating from primary schools in a position to access high school, the percentage of those choosing technical schools is very low. And there are technical schools everywhere in the country. They're not few. Only 20% of students, only 20% of the students choose this modality. And there is an important gap between men or boys and girls. Out of 100 women students that could choose any high school, only 14 choose a technical school. And out of 100 boys, only 25 choose a technical high school. What's encouraging is that a few years ago, this was even worse. From 2018 up to now, we see a slight improvement regarding the gap because in the previous measurement, we had 12.6% of women, and now it's 14% of women. Let's see the half glass full approach. That's for the students in first year of high school. If we take the numbers that represent the whole educational career. Some high schools have 6 years, others have 7 years. And we see an improvement here too. In the previous measurement was 33.2 and now it's 34. It's almost 1 percentage point between one measurement and the other one. It is still low. For us, 34 is still low. It is adjusted to what the numbers given by Emilia. What is important here is to take a look at provinces. There are many provinces that are above that average. They've been working on that issue and they are trying to have this trend with an upward direction. And there are many modalities and emphasis on different schools. And the participation of women is not balanced or in all these modalities. The ones that are more traditional, for instance, metal mechanics or metallurgy, are still specialties that are very masculine. And if we focus on those specialties related on the industry of technology, which is our subject for today, there are many of these specialties that are still quite below the average of the general registration or enrollment. There is still a certain gender pattern that is followed. The screen also shows that, for instance, in informatics, women account for 31.1, electronics 17%, energy 30%, and some others stand even worse. They're not so much related to technology, but there are others also that are well above the average, for instance, services. It's important for us to consider this data. We didn't have it in the previous meeting, and it's important to take a closer look at these specialties. So summing up, even if these numbers are only represent 20% of the total enrollment or registration, it is important to highlight that we are beginning to notice some slight changes, slight trends. And we think that if we continue working along the lines that we're working now, incorporating the gender agenda to technical education agenda, we can consolidate this trend so that not too far away in time, we will have more women and more diversities studying in technical schools, and that they can become a bridge to the STEM disciplines. Thank you, Anna. We are very used to hearing these figures regarding higher education, and it is very important that we can fully understand what is happening in the middle level of education, especially regarding the training for technical professions. I'd like to ask Anneli, what is your approach from the point of view of businesses? What's the point of view of the employer in the technological world, globally, and also in the case of Finland? Anneli was telling me that women have a very high level of training and educational level. They access the technological sector with this high level of education, but sometimes it is not too easy to keep that option for the career. Thank you, Anneli. You have the floor.
Thank you, Emilia. I'll keep it short. So when I look at, and I'm talking globally now, so Nokia is a company which operates in over 120 countries with over 160 nationalities of people. We are 85,000 people across the world. So this is the diversity that I'm dealing with as head of inclusion and diversity at Nokia. So when we look at those graduates and early career women who join Nokia and compare the reasons why they join Nokia, compare the reasons with men who join Nokia, they are the same. They are very ambitious. They join Nokia to develop themselves. They join Nokia because of the state-of-the-art technology. They join Nokia because they want to be part of innovation. They want to be innovators. Of course, as said earlier, the number of women we get to apply to Nokia is obviously low because the amount of people, female graduates from the universities across the globe is around 28% at the moment. So the reasons are the same why they join. The only thing that differs is the fact that women rate a little bit higher the work-life balance aspects. They want to make sure that there's predictability, there is room for caretaking purposes, etc. So for hobbies, for engagement, etc. That is perhaps rated a little bit higher, but otherwise exactly the same reasons why they join Nokia. And when they leave Nokia, the reasons are also the same as for men, and they leave not to stay at home, but they leave for another job. And often this other job is in an area which is not related to technology, or it's technology area, but not so overwhelmingly an industry where men are operating mostly. So more balanced industries is the way where women leave to. That's from my side. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Anneli.
Thank you, Anneli. Apparently, women do not find their space, their place when they start working in a technological company. So we will go back to a presentation or to a comment about this subject a little later, Anneli. And I'd like to go deep into what it is like to act throughout the educational system, especially from the early years. How the interest of girls and boys is strengthened towards science and technology since a very early age. Jenny, you have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to tell us a little about this.
Thank you. I keep this very, very short now. Very important is that we start introducing science and STEM to children when they are naturally very interested about the world around them, how it functions, and their young child's natural way to learn is to do inquiries, to investigate, to explore, and to experiment. So we want to take this natural tendency of all young children. This tendency is, no matter are you a girl or boy or something else, it is built inside children's DNA. So the society and discourses and narratives are the ones that kind of destroy sometimes children's feeling that I might be able to do science or I might be able to do inquiries. And to strengthen early STEM education in kindergartens, we have developed a pedagogical model that combines play and stories to science and STEM inquiries. And the power of play is there, that children really take a role. That role can be a little scientist, or that can be investigator or a hero, whatever they feel like they want to play in this scientific play situation. And the point is that play allows children to test different kind of roles. So they don't have to be themselves in the play. As you know, children might take a role of a firefighter, and then they really are firefighters in that play. So it's very important that children can try out different kind of identities within the play situation. So there they can, in a safe environment, test, how does it feel for me to be a person who can do science experiments, who can do STEM inquiries. And that is the very important phase when their positive scientific identity construction is ignited. So very shortly, but I will finish my turn here.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jenny. And Cora, you had examples for us about the importance of the pedagogical approach in the teaching of sciences focused on basic and high school education. Yes. Here lies part of the answer, how to construct these scientific identities, how to keep the curiosity throughout the the process of learning. This really involves teachers. How can they create conditions in kindergarten, in primary schools, and also and especially in high schools or secondary schools, so that that process of learning and teaching is rich and diverse. Jenny mentioned the importance of playing in the early childhood. That's extremely important to ignite learning, the expansion of vocabulary and language, and this must continue in the private education, in primary education. Schools sometimes interrupt games, and that's one first problem, because this opportunity of playing different roles in society is extremely fundamental to enable and to empower boys and girls in different roles in our society. And I'd like to mention the component of empowerment. That is to say, bringing about high self-esteem, the development of skills that, soft skills that can be transferred and contribute to progressive autonomy, and choices can be changed throughout the education process. There are some programs and initiatives and policies that have already started in Argentina, thinking about how to transform secondary schools. That is one of the biggest challenges, because it used to be very exclusive in Argentina. It was not compulsory. It is compulsory for all teenagers since the year 2006. And there are pedagogical practices that are very traditional. And this brings about the first bottleneck, the barrier for girls to progress in their learning of mathematics. We know that there are ways of teaching mathematics that are quite enabling and others that are not, to bring down the stereotype that math is difficult. There is something in the culture of teachers. They say, okay, children don't pass. And then we confirm it, because if we think that is going to happen, it will happen. The fact that they do not pass the exams, of course, is something that's only natural. So we must also work with the cultural attitude of teachers. Here, we are we have a program that is based on the resolution of problems and highlighting the importance of critical line of thoughts, trying to expose children, boys and girls, to experiment. Jenny mentioned the importance of experimenting, of thinking, of taking information and building upon it, of doubting on the information that we read in books. That is part of the exercise that must be maintained in schools to build that critical line of thought, which is critical for the scientific mentalities. There are also policies in Rio Negro, Tucumán, in the province of Córdoba, in Misiones, Jujuy, that show innovative models of secondary schools that progress towards having practice, experimentation, questions at the core of the educational system.
That is going back to things that are not new. They've been in place for more than 100 years, project-based teaching, but it's not owned really by our teachers and professors. And here we have guidelines as to how to develop these basic skills so that children, first of all, complete their secondary education, which is a big problem in our region and in our country, and then take actions aimed at a field of knowledge, industries that require these fundamental basic knowledge. Very often it is said that the best labor policy is to make sure that boys and girls know a lot and that use various languages and that they can take ownership of their knowledge about mathematics, computing at an early age in the first few years of their education so that they follow these paths later on, and so that they can be successful in their professional lives. Thank you. Thank you, Cora. Let me stress this idea that a new pedagogical approach based on projects, or like we call it in Finland, based on the learning of phenomena, opens the door to that building, construction of vocation and new identities with greater diversity. At this point, let me remind our audience and the social media that at the end of the panel, we'll offer some time for Q&A. You'll have the opportunity also to make comments. Let me move now to that collaboration between the educational system, educational institutions, and society. Something that's been said here, that it's not just the responsibility of education and educators to create these changes. I have the feeling that from education, quite a lot is being done already. However, we know that pre-teenagers, as of the age of 12, start hesitating or doubting their skills or aptitudes regarding science and mathematics. As Jenny said, they might be the ones that perform the best in those areas, but they doubt their skills. And it appears that the origin of these doubts does not have to do with their school performance. So in addition to the measures taken by educational institutions and educators, it is also essential to renew the gender models offered by the media, in particular social media, as well as the attitudes of families and those that organize extra school and sports activities for children and adolescents. I'd like to hear Anneli, and the question is, what is Nokia's practice in terms of this initiative that you told me about, Green Light for Girls? And then in adulthood, how can this connection be made between the company and society to offer long-lasting professional careers?
Thank you. Yes, so it's good to remember that also businesses are part of the society, and perhaps this example inspires you also to think of a way how to involve business in bringing up school kids and their interest in STEM subjects. We had a several year, I think 4-year collaboration with a non-governmental organization called Green Light for Girls. Globally, I think we brought over 3,000 girls into Nokia premises, and they got to work side by side with our engineers, mainly women engineers, because they were girls, but also men were very enthusiastic to show what does engineering work or researchers work look like in every day. These girls were 11 to 15-year-old, so they were not anybody who we would hire immediately, but it's just work that as a business we thought is really, really important to do, so that we sort of built the pipeline and exactly these attitudes that all of our panelists here have been talking about. So that was very, very successful. And when we measured later the attitudes of these girls who had spent a day with our professionals at Nokia, it has clearly sort of changed their mind, and STEM subjects were something that they were considering to take up in the next level of their education. If I then move on to your second part of your question, Emilia, so when I mentor young women at schools of technology or universities of technology, what I hear often is that it's, for them, at least in Finland, it has been very okay to be a girl interested in STEM subjects. At school, they didn't feel that there was any inequality between girls and boys studying physics, chemistry, or mathematics. But something happens when they enter the university, and this might be things that Anna and Cora already mentioned as well. So there are certain stereotypes that hit them, which hit them negatively, and they start sort of thinking that there is a boys' club, or the professors sort of stereotype women as something that is a bit odd or uncommon. They do this unconsciously or consciously, I don't know. But from a business perspective, this is something that we inherit because we hire directly from the universities. So we inherit cultures that are not inclusive, even though Nokia's culture is very inclusive, and we actually demand and require inclusive behaviors from all our employees. We have defined those inclusive behaviors. We measure them every year. They are part of our values. They are part of our leadership framework and inclusivity. So actually what I'm saying is, the better we could be at the universities of technology to make sure that the inclusive behaviors, and I'm not just thinking of the various identities, but anybody needs to feel included. Everybody needs to feel that they have a right to belong and be and come to the university or to the workplace as they are. Just one thing that my colleague there previously was mentioning about Nokia's, Nokia is really investing heavily in topics in making the workplace equal for women, men, and non-conforming genders as well. So the new child leave policy, which was mentioned, actually is not just for men and women. It is for any parent, also from the rainbow families, adopting parents included. And as said, it's for everybody 3 months off at the birth or adoption of a new child. And the other one, as was mentioned, is the unexplained gender pay gap, which we close every year since 2019. So businesses can make investments, but they can also make investment into the future in order to grow children girls, especially into these topics. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Anneli. Estas medidas.
Thank you, Anneli. These measures are indeed important, both for motivation as well as to keep women in the tech industry. Anna, I'd like to ask you, from the vocational education and training system, what can be done hand in hand with other social actors, and what support could educational institutions offer secondary school level educational institutions so that more women choose programs in which they are currently underrepresented? I'm not sure I have all the answers, but I'll try. First of all, some of what Anneli said, I think I should stress. We all need a comfortable, nice place for us to develop and grow. It sounds obvious, but this is something that does not always happen. That on the one hand. On the other hand, we also know, because much research has been done in this area, that the best working groups are those that are most diverse, those that include males, women, non-conforming genders, migrants, people with disabilities. That's where you can contribute your gaze, your view, your solution to some, based on something you've experienced, something that happens to you. So here we need to make these two things compatible, these diversities with comfortable places or environments for all, and not to have some have to adapt to what there is, which is what very often happens. And this is what we've been seeing for a long time in vocational training and education. We saw that it was an education devised by and for males in an industry. I won't tell the whole story, but this had a certain rationale at some point. Now things have changed in many aspects, where in those industries there are not only males, but also women, non-conforming genders. And however, the spaces, the environments, the workspaces, the dynamics, the culture of works continues to be devised and thought of by and for men, males. So we have to make an effort, a joint effort. And I always like to think that we can all make our contribution to solving these issues. And there is the Ministry of Education, of course, that's responsible for carrying out the things. They are not the only player. There's the private sector, there's NGOs, businesses and families and the media. These are all big players which can make a contribution to create spaces, environments, school for all. In this regard, we are working at the level of technical and vocational training, trying to have this dual movement. We want to bring in more women because we've seen the numbers and they are still very low, but not at any cost, not in any way. We don't want to take them to schools if the schools are not prepared for them, because we think it would be having them come in through a door and then leave 5 minutes later out of another door. Because why should we require that these girls, young women, spend eight hours a day in spaces that maybe are not prepared for them? They don't have the dressing rooms, the changing rooms, the bathrooms at an age where they are undergoing many changes at all levels. And if the spaces are not comfortable, nice for them, it's a big effort for any teenager, but in particular for women and non-conforming genders, if the context is not duly prepared. So we have this dual path. We want to bring in more women, but at the same time, we have to tell the schools, become prepared, become organized, see what you have to do. And we accompany provinces and schools in this process, where sometimes you have to make changes in the infrastructure, in the buildings, in the environment. Sometimes you need to provide training, awareness creation, where the headmasters, the teachers, professors have to learn to work with a different type of population. And also we have to work with the families, because these stereotypes that are everywhere, we all have them. We're all sons and daughters of this society, and sometimes we do make our own mistakes, and we think that our child, our boy or girl, should not go to this or that school. Very often, certain boys are not identified with certain technical schools, otherwise we would have more of them. So on the one hand, we have to make sure that schools, the spaces are prepared, not only schools, but also vocational training centers, tertiary education center. So we should prepare those spaces, those places, so that the institutions are prepared to really receive them the best way possible. But at all levels, all of us have something to contribute here. Thank you very much, Anna. I'll now turn the floor to the audience. Does anyone want to ask a question to our panel members? Are there any questions? I'll help you with the mic. Hello, thank you. I have a question that has to do with something that Emilia and Celedonio said about role models. And what happens when those that are 40 years old are parents? And not only do we not know how to talk to our children, there's a question here that's quite profound, which has to do with, we're all making an effort for childhoods, but we are not making all the necessary efforts relative to people our age. We will tend to live longer. We should have more career prospects and professional challenges. And if we don't change ourselves, our children will not change their thinking either, even if we create the right physical environments and spaces, and if we also manage to have teachers change. How about our attitudes as middle-aged people?
Cora, Anna, that's a good point. From our point of view, we are more concerned about new generations and about how to create those new conditions. But let's consider your point of view, and I'd like to go back to my work. That is something that happens to teachers, to professors. We are asking professors to convert themselves, to unlearn roles, tools, and instruments, sometimes content they have learned themselves. We're asking them to reconvert their practice, and this is a daily affair. Of course, this is happening constantly in the private sector or industries. Sometimes it's the companies that have to carry out that update and that new training. Sometimes in the state, it's a state, different state agencies that have to progress along the lines of improvement. And sometimes these processes are quite slow because they require consensus and the participation of different stakeholders. I imagine that many professors and many teachers of kindergarten sometimes probably wonder, what shall I do? And of course, this generation of ours must make that effort, the effort to be updated, to change the way in which we think, to think and understand that we must listen to teachers, to children, to adolescents, and we must know that we will learn along our lives. We must learn how to learn about social changes, cultural changes, productive changes. There's a myth about the fact that my high school was better, used to be better, but your secondary school was attended by less than half of Argentina's population because the other half were working prematurely or couldn't even aspire to completing the secondary education. So in this society that wants to be fairer, more equitable, we must all learn. In the sphere of digital skills, there are new languages, new ways in which we can formulate concepts. There is a level of complexity which is different. And the society of knowledge is this. It requires that we all think about our practices, and companies do a great job about developing programs, initiatives, civil society organizations, encouraging those processes, trying to speed them up. But I think it's very important. Your point is very important. We must continue learning along our lives. Thank you, Cora. Anneli, can you hear us? I would like to ask you about continuous training in the company. Do you take into account these aspects of changing our thoughts, changing our attitudes? Anneli, are you there? Can you hear us?
Anneli sent a message to chat box that she needed to leave to another meeting already.
Se entiende, Jenny. Gracias por informar.
Thank you, Jenny. We did not get the information here in stage. Of course, we are running late, 30-minute late from our original schedule, and we can understand that she had other activities. Do we have further comments or questions in our YouTube channel? Good morning. Laura is telling us, do you consider that companies should work alongside the state for the careers in the future using a gender perspective? How can we help? I will ask our panelists here on site to answer because we don't have any online. But how can educational institutions, educators work with companies or with other actors in civil society? I think that our center is trying to give a response to that. How can companies and the public sector cooperate? As far as I am concerned, from my position, I can think of many issues that can relate study and work in which companies can contribute. For instance, the professional practices that all students must have in order to graduate. We have placed a gender approach here because we saw that many of these professional practices did not have a gender approach, and many women students ended up with their professional practices at schools and they didn't have access to companies. We cannot take women because for a series of reasons, but we try to have a relationship built that companies should require students, full stop. That's all they should ask for, students. That's quite basic, but the question is a very good one because regarding biases in the recruitment of staff is something that should be reviewed in companies. They should review how they recruit staff because sometimes we don't realize, we are not fully aware of things. There is not a bad intention, of course, but gender stereotypes and how they are reproduced in their biases are so deeply rooted. They come so natural to us that sometimes we have an interview with somebody and we consider certain things that have to do with gender without being aware of that, without realizing it. So what companies can do, besides continuous training or ongoing training, companies should take a look at the recruitment processes and analyze the environment where people will be working in. In technology, it's easier, but sometimes other sectors such as mining, oil, the agribusiness, whether they are far removed, there have always been men and only male, and a certain type of males, because there are many masculinities and not all of them are seen with a positive view. I think that companies have a very important role to play, because why should we be training highly skilled people when the labor market won't be absorbing these people? That is something that we should consider also, because otherwise these people will be frustrated. They are more and more skilled and they find that their peers have half the skills, half the hours for the same position. One is male, the other one is female. So companies have to do something with it. And I had something pending, which I did not write down and I'm forgetting now. Thank you. Your answer has been very complete. We have to wrap up. As we see, this is not a very recent challenge. We've been acting for years to change the situation of inequality in the participation of women and non-conforming genders in teaching and in the STEM sectors. Besides all the examples mentioned in this panel, if we search in the media, we have hundreds of TED Talks and other conferences in different countries in the world. And there's a whole lot of initiatives in many countries of different organizations that carry out important work in training women in programming, for instance. Likewise, a path has been paved for multisectorial initiatives. For instance, Generación Igualdad of the UN in Argentina is called Unique Generation. And recently, talk has been started about how to keep women within technological careers with a guarantee for more inclusion in their working environments and more possibilities of being able to balance career and life. And it was very relevant to mention the research about the creation of scientific identities, and maybe we can extend that to technological identity. The big question is how to integrate all of society and the media, especially social media, around the common global objective of guaranteeing inclusion, diversity, and gender equality in education and training in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, with the consequent positive effects for society and economy in our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Emilia, Anna, Anneli, Cora, and Yanni, for your contribution. That was one big question at the end. We will have a very brief 10-minute break to continue with today's agenda. Those of you who are following us in our YouTube channels, you can take a look at a few videos And those of us who are on site, you can have some coffee. We will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you.
No, solo el equipo organizador, pero sería importante que esté alguien de la embajada porque
At Nokia, we create technology that helps the world act together. This bold promise comes with its own set of challenges and questions for us to answer. How do we make sure that every person has equal access to the critical networks that enable the technologies that drive us forward? How can we ensure that communication accessibility does not create even wider gaps within the society, but rather delivers on its promise of uniting us all? And how do we do all of this in a sustainable way, making sure the technology we create has a positive impact on the world we share? These are the questions which inspire us, questions about inclusivity which mandate us to create technology which never leaves anyone behind. We know that a diverse team will help us best answer these and other future challenges faced by the very technology we are developing and deploying. We believe that the different perspectives which come from a diversity of genders, generations, sexualities, abilities, ethnicities, education, expertise, and backgrounds will be needed for us to get these answers right. That's why we need you at Nokia. To be a trusted partner requires a culture where everyone is open to share ideas, fearless to learn from mistakes, and empowered to take on challenges. We are striving to create an inclusive culture where you don't just fit in, but rather find yourself growing and thriving. We hope you are inspired to learn more about the opportunities with us and discover a role you can play in solving our commitment to helping the world act together.
Stronger is the employee network for women to unleash their passion, their talent, their potential.
What we see is that the more we go up in the ladder, the less we see women at the top. And this is really what we would like to see, is the same diversity at the bottom of the pyramid up to the top.
Stronger is really unique because it's a grassroots movement. It was created by employees, it's for the employees, and it's led by the employees.
Stronger is fantastic because it's giving a voice to the women into this company.
No matter where we are, we're sharing the same problems and then we're sharing advice.
It is a forum for men also to contribute to gender diversity discussions and about leadership topics in general.
Stronger is leveraging the innovation within our employee base to solve gender diversity issues that affect all of us.
Women in this company constitute a minority, but what I think we want to achieve through Stronger is that they do not behave like a minority.
Stronger provides the passion and the energy for women to get empowered to become what they want to be.
You can accelerate the pace of progress.
It's really enriching my life.
van del pueblo, tal vez no tienen muchas opciones en cuanto a estudio. Por eso la importancia del punto digital acá, ¿no?
Bueno, ayer encontré un curso de diseño 3D que se realizaba en el Punto Digital de Montecristo.
Estábamos en el verano programando, yendo casi todos los días de la semana a Punto Digital.
Esto es lo que yo estaba buscando, una pasión que uno tiene y lo puede convertir en un trabajo. Y el Punto Digital me demostró que eso era lo que yo quería.
Poder juntarnos acá en la presencialidad y en un lugar tan lindo e icónico de la ciencia y la tecnología como es el Centro Cultural Kirchner nos llena de felicidad. Realmente estamos muy agradecidas de todo el trabajo, de todo el equipo y además estamos agradecidas de que este círculo virtuoso que hemos logrado con organismos del Estado Público Nacional, pero también con las empresas del sector TIC, del sector privado, realmente hoy nos trajo a hacer este recuento, a hacer este balance de este año de actividades y también a pensar los objetivos de cara al 2022.
Hoy realizamos el evento de cierre, de fin de año, estamos muy felices, la verdad, por todo lo conseguido este año y de cara un poco al año que viene, bueno, el plan es seguir trabajando, seguir generando más cursos, más charlas, más eventos, más espacios y oportunidades para que más mujeres y diversidades puedan insertarse en este sector.
Hoy lo que hicimos fue hacer un repaso sobre las distintas actividades que Nokia realizó en colaboración con el Centro G+T, que tienen como objetivo llegar con conocimientos de telecomunicaciones a un público abierto, claramente pensando en las mujeres y las diversidades.
Es un año que ha pasado y que hemos visto los resultados impresionantes que hemos logrado. La verdad que nada de esto hubiera sido posible sin esta interacción público-privada que valoramos muchísimo.
Un placer haber compartido este cierre muy emocionante, poder juntarnos de manera presencial sobre todas las cosas y también la energía, ¿no?, que se mueve cuando nos encontramos todas las mujeres, los hombres y construimos una agenda común.
Un camino recorrido en 2021 muy productivo. Partimos de un diagnóstico en donde las mujeres emprendedoras se encontraban con barreras para su recuperación económica, barreras a partir del conocimiento, de la inclusión, y trabajamos en conjunto con empresas, con el gobierno, con todos los sectores para poder brindar herramientas digitales para que pudieran sentirse estar más incluidas en esta Argentina que todos queremos.
Estoy muy sorprendida, porque estuve en el primer día y estoy ahora, y también sé sobre todo la potencia que tiene porque se pensaron también las líneas de acción para el 2022 que parecen ser casi infinitas.
This is Han. This is all of us. Born in the same hospitals as everyone else, Han opens Han's eyes for the first time. After being weighed and measured, Han is sent out into the world. As a child, Han is free to explore nature and wander the city safely. A long childhood continues through school, which Han attends with peers from all walks of life. And Han doesn't have to come from a wealthy or highly educated family to find opportunities to go further. Through changes, big and small, the ground has been laid for Han to go as far as Han wants. But being ambitious doesn't mean Han can't take time off to nurture family life. Han knows that a good balance in work and life leads to success in both. And every now and then, Han needs the time and space to just breathe. And although Han doesn't live in a perfect society, Han knows that things have been fixed before. You, me, him, her, Han. The inclusive Finnish pronoun that stands for equal opportunity.
Sola palabra es muy difícil, es mucho, más de lo que creemos. A veces no terminamos de dimensionar lo que es el punto digital.
Es una experiencia constante con la comunidad.
Es un múltiple accionar y ayudar más allá de la brecha digital.
Punto digital es un punto de encuentro.
Por ahí los chicos se van del pueblo, tal vez no tienen muchas opciones en cuanto a estudio. Por eso la importancia del punto digital acá, ¿no?
Quedamos en el verano programando, yendo casi todos los días de la semana a punto digital.
Es la primera vez que ven todo esto, así que es algo muy mágico y muy bueno a la vez.
Trato de buscar las oportunidades que hay, porque sé que hay oportunidades. Entonces, si yo quiero crecer, me tengo que capacitar.
Para ir a sacar un turno, para hacer cualquier trámite o algo así.
Me impactó porque me conectó.
Una oportunidad como esta no se tiene que desaprovechar.
Tuvimos la última reunión de 2021 del Centro de Géneros y Diversidades en Tecnología. El Centro Gemaste, que nació hace tan solo 7 meses y que hoy condensa más de 800 charlas brindadas a mujeres y adolescentes, más de 2.000 becas y capacitaciones realizadas, más de 1.700 talleres, además de haber tenido charlas, encuentros virtuales, encuentros semipresenciales y encuentros de trabajo. Este centro viene a empezar a trabajar para reducir esas brechas que, si no las hacemos en tiempo y forma, en una articulación público-privada y con mucha capacidad de acción, se estima que se van a requerir 140 años para poder reducirlas. Queremos seguir sumando empresas, queremos que el centro crezca y queremos que se constituya como un espacio de reducción de brechas de género en el universo de la ciencia y la tecnología.
Practice our studies. One of those visits was to this palace. I fell in love with it, and this room especially. And I told a friend of mine, one day I'm going to organize an event in this room. So it's been years, many years since then. I did not specifically work in that area. And be careful with what you dream for. And now I'm right here. Good afternoon. We will begin the second panel of the first Women in Tech of Argentina. We are very happy that this is happening, and I am even happier because sitting right next to me, I've got Mercedes D'Alessandro. I have a book and I know the writer. That's very beautiful. I forgot it at home, but she cannot sign it for me. Anyway, for those of you who are participating via the YouTube streaming, we have two channels. One is in English, the other one is in Spanish. And for those of you who are in the room and want to have the Spanish translation of those people who are joining in English, you have the translation devices outside the room, and you can get them and then return on your way out. I am enjoying the day very much. I hope you are too. And as we said before, we've been planning this event for months, and it's very nice to see a dream in action, a dream coming true. More so with the professionals we've heard and professionals that will be participating throughout the day. I've mixed some papers. There used to be a comedian, members of the Les Luthiers. They mixed all papers. Well, something similar happened to me. Mercedes D'Alessandro holds a PhD in economy from the University of Buenos Aires, besides being a teacher and a writer. Until very recently, she worked as a National Director of Economy, Equality and Gender at the Ministry of Economy of Argentina, where she carried out a pioneer work regarding the incorporation of gender perspective in the labor and economic sector. Last year, she was appointed by Time magazine. Check out the level of panelists we have today as one of the emerging leaders of the future. Mercedes, thank you very much for your time. Go ahead. After her presentation, we will have a few minutes for Q&A. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being in this room. It's a pleasure to work with Micaela Sanchez-Macom. We've worked a lot together, and she and her team really bring out the best in each other. Thank you to the Foreign Minister, to the Foreign Ministry, to the Embassy of Finland for the contribution to hold this event. It's so important because we know that still women in technology are in an uneven situation. Lillian was telling you that I worked at the Ministry of the Economy with this pioneer work of incorporating gender perspective in economic debates. So I would like to mention a few things regarding macroeconomics in Argentina and this sector. Obviously, we will talk about the role of women there, of course. First of all, I wanted to say something. I frequently attended meetings with Argencom, this group which incorporates companies, the academia, and many business chambers working with knowledge-based services and technology. And frequently, they said that the sector grouping the knowledge-based services and technology had grown and had developed in the year of the pandemic what was expected to grow in a decade. That was the level of acceleration that the sector had as a result of what had happened at the world level. Of course, we won't mention it again. Mobility was closed, people spent their time at home, that work had to be remote, education had to be remote, and we used the social media much more because we couldn't visit our relatives. I'm from the province of Misiones. My parents finally learned how to use the computer because that was the only way they could contact me. So we started buying things online. In Argentina, e-commerce was not very developed. It grew a lot. We used to take a look at the use of e-money at the Ministry of Economy. And during the pandemic, it grew by 600%. Transfer, home banking, the use of virtual wallets. You can't even imagine that. I remember Banco Provincia, for instance, had begun with an account prior to the pandemic with 50,000 customers in pre-pandemic times, ended 2022 with more than 2 million users. So this sector was highly developed during those times. But what I told these people at the meeting of Argencom, I told them that while you grew and developed at this rate, the Argentine society went back in 1 year the equivalent of 1 decade. And that is something I'd like to elaborate on. Why do we have those contradictions? How can we solve it? Why was I talking about this issue when in the pandemic we had to stay at home to take care of ourselves? This happened elsewhere in the world. Boys and girls had to connect in order to continue having classes. And what happens in poor areas? In Profundidad, my hometown of Misiones, they have one computer but do not have access to the internet. Or many homes where they had access to the internet, but it was very expensive, and they used the data services. And from the government, we did a lot of work to have people access the internet. But in a home with 3 or 4 children, there weren't enough devices for each one to be connected. And besides, mom or dad had to work remotely or were seeking for a job. There were many situations. I have some friends that have some groups, and a teacher, a music teacher, sent to the WhatsApp group the task, the homework. The little boy had copied HTTP colon / colon, the whole thing to show the professor the YouTube video, and they laughed at it. But this was evident. It was showing how many of our children had to be creative to study in a context in which the same age layer in an apartment in this area of the capital city of Buenos Aires with a good computer, with family income, with good internet access, could take classes, could see friends, have birthdays via Zoom, while mom or dad worked in the home or outside. And we started making or seeing other inequality gaps more evident. They were not as evident as before. I'd like to stop here for a minute. I said I wanted to talk about the sector. The sector grew in 1 year what was expected to grow in a decade. 2020 in Argentina lost 10 points of the GDP. That's dramatic. Never in history did Argentina fall so much in such little time. In 2021, those 10 points were recovered with a very big metric picture between males and females, productive sectors, tourism and culture, the very sectors that could go back to in-presence activities. It was quite difficult to think about a concert in a COVID way. the same for theaters or cinemas, the same for traveling in a bus or a plane in the middle of a COVID outbreak. This sector continued growing throughout 2020 and 2021 when the economy recovered. And
that grew most this time. Not only did it grow in terms of share in the economy, but also employment increased in this industry. But mind you, this is where we have data that we worked on at the Division for Gender and Equality in the Ministry of the Economy. And what we found is that there is a greater share of women in the knowledge-based services industry, even in industries that are very male-centered, and the share of women increased between 2019 and 2021 by almost 40%. Women's employment in the sector, in the industry, which is huge, unheard of, but it did so with high levels of informality, labor informality. Informality among women almost doubled. In males, the rates of informality decreased, and the pay gap increased. That means that women entered the world of technology, which was growing, but we entered such world with the problems we've been accumulating in terms of our entry into the labor market as a whole, with a growing informality gap and lower wages in average. I'm saying this because we are all interested in promoting this, and not only breaking down stereotypes. I was just now listening to the previous speakers who talked about promoting vocations, doing away with stereotypes, bringing technology to children at an early age, and adults. Women adults have a lot to do in terms of defending our labor rights. How come we are joining a sector that's growing very quickly and that evolves and becomes greater, that creates a lot of wealth and profit? Wealth not only in terms of the number of pesos or dollars generated, but social wealth, technology and progress is part of our social wealth. And women are joining that world, which is positive because we were not that integrated, but we are doing so in poor conditions. This is one issue, a challenge that I wanted to raise here because, well, I don't have the solution for this particular case, but it's a question I wanted to pose, and it's an invitation for us to think together about how we can improve women's labor conditions in this industry that has so much potential growth. At the Ministry of the Economy, we like to talk about exports. Dollars, the external restriction that Argentina has to accumulate dollars, foreign exchange. But this is an industry that does accumulate dollars, but it's been having problems lately, and the share of exports that it had a couple of years ago has gone down, has dropped. Even so, it's competing to occupy the third position in terms of exports. Of course, there's oilseeds, grains, cars that are exported, and then between cars and the knowledge-based industry, they're competing for the third position in terms of exports. It means that it's an industry that has the potential to make its contribution to solve a problem that Argentina has for the medium and long term, which means that we have to continue fostering, promoting that growth. And at those meetings I told you about, Micaela and Abel must have heard of this, the foreign exchange gap that we have, the lack of talent, as businesses say, a lack of duly qualified people, the fact that boys and girls start to follow programs linked to the industry, in particular software-related and IT-related programs, and then they are called by the labor market, and in the labor market, the private party pays more than the public sector, and also there is growing informality, and that's an area where we have a challenge in the private sector and in the government as well, because what we do today is we produce technology. There is employment. There's much potential in this area, but we have this gap. I don't need to explain this. If you're going to be paid $100 and you can exchange them in the unofficial market for twice as much as you get in the official FX market, well, yes, it's understandable. It's difficult to think that people will prefer to make half the money they could make if they exchange their dollars in the parallel exchange market. So there we have a big challenge for the government, which should facilitate some formula whereby we can strengthen this industry without that gap expanding. And also the private sector should try to see how we can retain these talents, this knowledge, this capacity that's sometimes built by businesses, because businesses engage people, invest in them, they strengthen them, they offer them many options. And since it's an employment that's very much demanded, there's very big latent demand, so much investment is made and they end up leaving. So there's a joint challenge for the private sector and government to address, to see how we can train more people, how we can retain the people we're training, and offer them a sustainable path for them over time. And of course, for that to bring macro benefits, because if we can channel all that, imagine if this industry is fighting for the third position in terms of exports, and if we formalized everything that's escaping the balance of payment, we would bring in FX dollars, and that would bring about economic benefits. So in macroeconomic terms, it's an industry that makes a huge contribution to Argentina's economy. And I understand it still has great potential, and we have to work on that. In terms of employment, there's a demand for employment that's not yet met. There are many jobs that are offered and that cannot be occupied, or they cannot be taken because more people there's greater demand than supply of talent. And this allows us to work on initiatives that can train, educate, and accompany those that are joining the labor market. But I'm going back to what I said at the beginning, that digital divide is very relevant, it's very significant, and it's something that from the academic sector, from the private sector, and from the government, we have to address. Otherwise, what ends up happening is that all that investment that's made from the various sectors that are participating in this broad strategic sector that we call technology, we find mismatches. How come that in Argentina, of 12 million households, there are 5 million of them that don't have connectivity, and that 3 million of those 5 million households don't have connectivity because they don't have enough money? When we say that they don't have enough money, we're talking about those households where people buy a card to charge the cell phone, so they buy data, which they spend. So they find it difficult to become informed, educated, to find a job, to work. Even in the most precarious jobs, because if we look at jobs like being a Rappi delivery boy or girl, we need connectivity to be a delivery person. To women, we know that women have a domestic and care work burden that's unpaid, and which very often it is a solution for them to work remotely. And for that, they need a device and they need connectivity. The national government, I remember during the pandemic, this was very much worked on by Micaela's team, declared that communication services were a public good, a public essential good. A proposal was made for a flat basic rate for vulnerable households, but that's being dealt with at the courts at this point, so it's been paralyzed. So I talked to the industry and they said, no, the law was not the proper one. Well, I said, but some solution needs to be offered, and not only by the government. The government made a proposal that was stopped in the courts, the industry didn't like it, but well, we have to think, because if we want to include more people, we want more talents, we want to train more people, we want to bring in more people, then we need to solve this issue, because there are people that have to choose between buying a pack of noodles or connect to the internet. And this can't be. Today, at an international level, we are discussing whether connectivity is a human right. So if we are having that discussion in a country where this industry is growing, developing, becoming stronger, creating employment, bringing in more workers, males and females, we have to bring in those that are lagging behind. Just like we try to expand access to drinking water, just like we have education that's public and free of charge, we also have to think that connectivity services, the internet, are a necessary, essential good. They are a right because they entail having access to many other rights. And it also means being part of this present that we're building and also the future that we're building. And with this, I'd like to conclude. When we talk about connectivity, the internet technology, knowledge-based services, in general, we think that that is the future, but that's not the future, it's the present. Today, this is happening. Today, we have those challenges. Today, we have digital transformations to make. There are neighborhoods, provinces, towns, municipalities, spaces where there still are analog television sets, or there are very old cell phones that don't have a Bluetooth connection. So that is also part of the way in which we have to start incorporating from infrastructure, access to devices, access to connectivity, and access to employment in equal conditions. So we have those big challenges ahead of us in an industry that contributes not just in terms of employment and work of the private party, but it's an industry that contributes social wealth and more education and access to rights. So the invitation is for us to continue thinking and reflecting upon the positions we hold, what women are doing in the area of knowledge-based services in this technology sector, that we become protagonists and that we work in order to improve access conditions so that technology is a vector for social inclusion and not just yet another vector that makes us more unequal. Thank you.
Hola.
Are there any questions from the audience for Mercedes? And are there any questions on the YouTube channel? You've been very clear, very compelling. I've been brief also, so it's fine. Thank you again very much for your time, for sharing your knowledge. And I invite you to stay to hear the next panel. Thank you. Very well, let's now move to the second panel of the day. This panel will be moderated by Anabel Cisneros. We will invite the panel members to come to the rostrum. Thank you. Let me tell you that this panel is called Technology to Mitigate the Impact of Climate Change. In this panel, we will discuss the key role of technology in terms of managing to mitigate the effects of climate change through investment and new approaches for sustainable developments. Like the rest of the event, let me remind you that we will focus on the participation of women and non-conforming genders in the technological industry and how this can help achieve the goals set in terms of the reduction of emissions as at 2030 and 2050. The The panel will be moderated, as I said, by Anabel Cisneros, the technical coordinator of the Center for Gender in Technology and an engineer in telecommunications, specializing in infrastructure and connectivity projects. Anabel has worked as a consultant and has held management positions in the public and private sectors. She is a member of the International Telecommunications Union and a technical advisor of the board of ARSAT, the Argentine telecommunications company. And also a key thing, she is a coordinator of the Center for Genders in Technology. After the presentation by each panel member, let me remind you that there will be time for a Q&A. So you can start thinking about what questions you'd like to ask to our guests. Thank you. Very well, thank you, Lilian, for your presentation. It's a great pleasure for me to be here accompanying the first Women in Tech in Argentina. And it's also a great pleasure to share the panel with such prestigious speakers today. They are friends of my home. My home is the Center for Genders in Technology. And today, in this panel about technologies to mitigate the impact of climate change, we will discuss how technology cuts across all of us as a society, as individuals, but also how it helps us in this very important issue that has to do with mitigating the effects of climate change. Today, we are facing a huge channel, but we already have a lot of information and we know about many solutions that can contribute economic benefits through technology. In addition, as I said before, technology has come to improve our lives, to improve the quality of life of all of us, but also so that we make use of those tools to protect the environment. Let me mention the global frameworks and agreements like the Sustainable Development Goals that are known as SDGs, but also some other things like the Framework Convention of the United Nations on Climate Change and also the Paris Agreement. Let me list some concrete points that are these categories we address within the framework of SDGs. That's poverty, food safety, hunger, health, education, gender equality, and women's empowerment, water, sanitation, energy, and also the work of teachers for economic growth. Let me focus on three specific or main streams that these SDGs have, which will guide our conversation today. And those are reducing emissions, adaptation to these climate impacts, and how we can obtain concrete means, use concrete means to finance these necessary adjustments through technology. In this panel, we will have a discussion about how technology can help us achieve those goals, how through technology we can reduce the carbon dioxide and methane emissions. And we will also explore how the involvement of women and gender non-conforming persons in IT industries can collaborate and promote the achievement of these goals. I will move away from my script a little, and let me take this objective, this goal, sustainable development, which has to do with the empowerment of women, which is what we do at the Gender Center. We have three issues that inspire us and that help us continue thinking about new activities, new additions, and it has to do with this. There are things that have to do with legislation, other things that have to do with education. Before we talked about an interesting question in the panel about retraining, reskilling, the development of these tools and skills that we need for our work, which are not part of our curriculum, which are not part of what we studied in the past, and which are things that are not being studied today, or maybe things that are not even thought of at this point, because we talk about metaverse, technology, virtual reality, all these issues. But I think we have to think about the following: how we reskill so that we are prepared for those jobs that are still not part of our daily future, but they are very nearby. And one of the things that move us is inspiration. It's the inspiration that maybe some generations did not have. We decided to follow a technology-related program without having an inspiration. Maybe what we had was curiosity, some triggering factor that brought us close to technology, some family member, someone who told us something and which made us, which had an impact on us. And that's why, having told you all this and having made this introduction, I'd like to formally present the panel members, these women that are with me today. Most of them are active members of the G+T Gen Center, and undoubtedly it's these women that inspire us to continue growing and to continue thinking and helping one another so that the G+T Center becomes bigger, greater, and so it has a greater impact.
So I will begin by introducing Evelyn Sales Manavela. She's a coordinator of local development at the IMF Foundation. She holds a Magister in Public Policies and Development Management by the University of San Martin and Georgetown University. She's a specialist in gender and non-conforming genders by the University of Buenos Aires and the National University of Villa Maria. She is from the province of Córdoba, like myself. She has worked in agencies of the national public sector and organizations of the civil society for the fostering of gender equality and institutional strengthening to guarantee equality of opportunities among men, women, persons, and all diversities. And I can really bear witness to her work. She has been a teacher, investigator, and a consultant of international agencies in gender and safety. And she also leads the Ingenias program, which is a program that tries to reduce the gender gap and increase participation of women in careers related to science and technology through free of charge training for secondary school girls. And we have been able to work together in ARSAC. Besides, today, we will have Pia Eckenheimer. She is the Director of Investments regarding climate change, and she works for the Finnish Climate Fund. And she is a member of the executive team. She is responsible for the flow of operations and relationships with customers. She has worked in companies such as Nordea, Nokia, Capgemini. The European Committee has also benefited from her experience because she has a 15-year experience as an expert in innovation, and she was a member of the jury and has given advice to G7 countries in digital technologies, advanced robotics, and data economy. And Pia is with us virtually. She is a member of the Management Council of the Technological University of Lappeenranta in Finland, and she also is a member of the Finnish Business Angels Network. She is also a co-founder of Women in Tech Finland, and she is a co-founder of the business network defining inclusion within the framework of Women in Tech. Gloria Tushar is with us, joining us from Spain. She is the Director of Technology for Customers of Nokia. She represents the voice of customers in all the business companies. She holds a degree from the University of Comillas, Madrid, an electronic engineer from l'École d'Ingénieurs Paris. She holds a master of the Institute of Businesses in Madrid, Instituto de Empresa. She has worked for more than 20 years in telecommunications, and she has many years of experience in voice over IP, GSM, and other technologies, and she has joined. She's also now working in radio communications and radio telecommunication solutions. I have Marina Bericua sitting next to me. She's the Director of Corporate Legal and Compliance Director. She's a leader of Microsoft Argentina, and she's a global leader of Microsoft Women. She holds a degree from the University of Buenos Aires and holds a master's in law of Columbia University. She was Director of Legal and Compliance of JP Morgan Argentina. She's also an advisor to the National Securities and Exchange Commission, and she's the director of the Masters of the University San Andres. I hope that all these speakers have awakened expectations in you, because I'd like to highlight something else. They are women who do everything, just like we all do. And Luciana from the Foreign Ministry, she started mentioning all the characteristics women had and the different masculinities. And I'd like to mention this too. We are many things, women in technology. We study, we hold master's degrees, different studies, and we write books, and we make an effort in order for us to have formal and informal education, being a little bit better. And why? Why do we make such an effort? I've given you a list of four inspiring women, my four panelists. So without further ado, I'd like you to meet these panelists, these extraordinary women, and I'd like to start with one question, a question common to all of us here. How do you think women and genders and non-conforming genders contribute to the world of technology? I would like each one of your questions to bear in mind this concept. Because why are we talking about women in tech today? It has to do with the fact that we are a minority in technology, but we're also a minority in many aspects of the world of technology. If we start drilling down into technology, we'll see that we are fewer in science, in research, in specialized consulting. So make this concept common to all your questions. Why are we here? What are we contributing with? So let's start with Evelyn. Please, Evelyn, tell me, what inspires you? How do you consider technology that it can contribute to reducing greenhouse effect gases? Hello. Thank you for the invitation. I feel I am highly privileged to share this panel and the day with people who are a model to me. I am very honored to find so many women who are a model for me. 10 years ago, this was not the case. 10 years ago, I didn't have women to follow, women who were participating of the world of technology, especially of the technological ecosystem in general. So I'd like to make this comment because it's very important to me. And let's take the idea, what is it that women contribute with? What is it that different non-conforming genders contribute with? I think, and I've learned this from women who are models to me, we contribute with innovation. if we can agree that technology is there, is out there for it to create solutions to problems or to make our lives a little bit simpler, it's important that these solutions are thought of by different people, by diverse people. Diverse in a very wide sense, diversity regarding gender, regarding age. Something regarding age was mentioned today. It's very interesting, of course, because we need young girls, high school girls, and also primary girls to contribute with their point of view to the solutions of problems. But it's important also for all of us who have a history regarding those subjects or others, because solutions brought by technology are valid in many aspects. All of us who are part of this panel and those who have participated of the previous panel have history which is quite different, and that is something that we can contribute also. The short question to the question, what is it that we can contribute with? And if women and different diversities do not participate of that ecosystem, as a society, we are missing the opportunities of having innovative and broad-based approaches so that we can create solutions with new alternatives. So specifically, regarding how technology can contribute to climate change, there's a lot to be said there. When I was thinking about giving an answer to that question, I thought of where we are today in order to ask technology to provide solutions for us. The question is very relevant and interesting because it uses a common ground. The common ground is that climate change is a reality today and something has to be done today. And it's good to mention this because it isn't so clear to everyone. Even though climate change has been a reality for some time now, as a working priority or as an issue that is debated in the public agenda with the relevance it deserves is relatively new. The Paris Agreement goes back to 2015. There's a serious commitment there about global temperature reduction, and it also brings about binding commitments to the states that signed that agreement. That is quite new, and it's a basic agreement. Common ground for all of us. Climate change is today a reality that comes from the cities themselves. It mainly involves cities. There's data of the Inter-American Development Bank, which said that 70% of greenhouse effect gases produced today globally come from the cities or urban areas. And there's a big question coming up now. What does it mean for a country such as Argentina, where 92% of people live in urban centers? And there's one first issue to mention here, or to highlight, which was mentioned by Mercedes also. The first thing it implies is a challenge to governments, mainly to local governments. And why do I believe this? Because most of the competencies regarding services related to climate change, such as transportation, such as the garbage collection and management, is within the jurisdiction of local governments. Let's mention an example. At YPF Foundation, we have the Sustainable Cities Program, where we accompany local governments to develop tools and the improvement of state capacities for management. We do that through a diagnosis of the performance of different localities or municipalities, one of which is sustainability. And we have found common characteristics, especially cities that have a presence in the energy industries. That is where the Fundación mainly works. And a common characteristic of those areas is that public transportation is quite weak, and there's a big presence in the use of private vehicles. The average of private vehicles per family in cities with a presence of energy industry is quite higher than the rest of the country. And this has to do with poor public transportation services. These areas, these cities are highly vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters. And this, of course, is related to the presence of the industry. We have to analyze our role. It is not a responsibility which is exclusive of governments, but it is a problem they have to face, of course. And this also is related to the lack or the weak urban planning. They have high migration flows. Their demographic growth is very quick, much faster than what the response of the state is. So there is a weak public service, and you have open air dump areas. So we must talk about technology. What can technology offer to us? There's a lot to offer, and it is already offering something to us, especially within the framework of sustainable cities. Once we carry out the diagnosis about the performance of the urban area, I mentioned only a few items. We measure water quality, air quality, we measure many things, many indicators. We have some technological tools that we can provide to local governments or local administrations for them to solve or to mitigate those problems. I'd like to go back to something Cora mentioned, and something mentioned by Mercedes also. When we approach local governments or local administrations to think about the solutions, technology is not one of the first solutions that come up. And that is related to technological infrastructure problems. What we were saying about lack of connectivity. In some areas, internet is not working very well, in some remote areas. And even if it is true that there is no culture regarding digitalization in local administrations, but there are some things that we are doing. One of the things has to do with the decarbonization of electrical grids. YPF has a long history of experience regarding the setting up of wind parks. And this has been our experience in many areas of the country. We have a program of renewable energies. We accompany governments and we train the citizens because we set up solar panels in public buildings, and there is energy efficiency, and that is technology. That is technology also. It is happening now, and it allows us to have some problems solved. And there are things that are even simpler, things related to the Internet of Things and the mobile technology, which has to do with all the applications that we have available and can make available to all local governments, who can bring about very good synergy among the local government, citizenry, and the private sector to bring about the existence of early alert programs or systems, for instance, in the case of a climate disaster. And there are some things and some apps that allow us to improve waste management. In the small area of Ashen, we worked on a pilot test for the management of waste. And we brought about an app, and the local administration asked the citizenry to enroll in that app and there was an information about learning about how to separate waste, and the municipality could also receive a very specific request about the removal of that waste. That's minimum, and it has brought about a radical change in that small locality. And I'd like to conclude, because I've extended my time, I think that technology, if I had to leave a message, I'd like to say that technology is not enough. And it's very important for us to think about the need to create commitment from the public and private sector and real alliances to work together. But we must also know that without technology, it is not possible. Technology is common in all our work and in our lives. Many of us in this specific city, we're used to ordering via app. We work with the internet. We socialized through the internet. We had to get education through internet. So that's my basic idea. We need an articulation of the public and private sector, and we need technology, which is already there, and we have to take advantage in order to fully potentiate it. Thank you, Evelyn. You have mentioned the importance of technology and also responsibility. The responsibility that governments have, responsibilities that companies have, but also the citizens' responsibility, because this is common ground to all of us. One effort is not enough. Talking about efforts, I would like to give the floor to Pia. As I mentioned, Pia is connected from Finland. Probably it's 5 hours later there, so we thank you for your effort. Yeah. It is a great honor to have you being part of the first Women in Tech in Argentina. And I'd like to remind you all who are watching us through the YouTube channel, you can leave your questions for our panelists, and we will try to read them at the end.
Yeah, one of the things that we'd like you to discuss, since Finland is one of the more developed countries in the world in this area, is this issue of resources. Technology is a resource, and it's an expensive resource which we need to pay for. So the economic aspect, I think, is an important aspect. We are interested in hearing from you. Talk about the work you do in Finland and that the Finnish Climate Fund does precisely for this, to ensure that we can achieve those goals for 2030, 2050. So what can you tell us about this, Pia?
So good evening from Finland. It's actually 7:12 p.m. here. So we are in the same time zone with Israel and Greece. Can you hear me?
Perfectly well.
Excellent. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see
you.
It's all perfect. We can hear you, we can see you.
And the surrounding is actually an Airbnb in a city on Western Finland. We are going to have a conference here, a 2-day conference with municipalities and mayors of the cities, where we think about the future and also think about the climate change. So I'm not at home, but this is a very nice 19th century villa that we've hired for the purpose. I'm also very honored to join you. It was 2012, 2013, when 3 women in tech, higher in rank those days, and also kind of more experienced and older. So they kind of said that we need to do something and promote women in tech, also in Finland. And from the perspective that women do tech business like men, so that we wouldn't, put confrontation between, diversity and different genders. Nowadays, we would like to talk about inclusion as a whole, and not only, between genders, but also age and also educational background. But now let's see the next one. Does the technology work? I'd like to share with you my message, and with the help of some PowerPoint slides, not many, I'm afraid, during these pandemic times, we've seen far too much PowerPoints, to be honest. So, but a couple of those anyhow, and let me now check one more time. Oh, there it is. And can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay, so let's roll our sleeves and combat climate change. First, about the magical goal of being carbon neutral, so 0 emissions. Different countries have made goals, and here a natural reference group for Finland is often the Nordic countries, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. And I'd like to share with you that Finland has the most ambitious goal on this planet to be carbon neutral. We wish to be it already by 2035. Iceland has stated that they wish to be carbon neutral by 2040. If you know the Iceland, the location and their volcanic country as such, so they indeed have some benefits just in their geography for reaching the goal. Sweden, our dear country, neighboring country, it depends about the regime, the government, I learned. So some of the parties say that they want to reach carbon neutrality already 2040, some of them 2045. Denmark and Norway are more in line with the European Union and hasn't put that strong statement other than 2050. And as you recall, China, a superpower, has stated that they try to be carbon neutral by 2060. Now, the great concern is that enough when we combat climate change, when we try to mitigate we try to reach that our dear planet wouldn't warm up more than 1.5 centigrades. We already experience everywhere the implications of global warming. That's why we talk about two things: climate mitigation, but also climate adaptation. 50% of the actions that we humans should be taking now should be more or less to adapt to the obvious. But of course, we need to try to fight against the warming as much as possible. I said to my children, I have teenage children, that the climate change is caused by us humans. Finland is a small country, developed country by technology for sure, but what I learned that in 1970s, one planet was enough for Finns. And nowadays, we've used the natural resources, the share that a population of 5.5 million should be using fairly already in mid-April. So the question is now that, was the livelihood, was it that much different in the 70s? Well, I don't remember that too well or at all, but still, this is a big question. And what is actually, what makes us happy? Is it the consumption, expression ourselves by consuming things? Or is it something else? At the Finnish Climate Fund, we are looking different technologies. And one reason for Finland is that what we also discussed here is business, is economy. We are a small market, and by pushing us and putting ambitious goals, the government tries to accelerate the technological development so that the Finnish-made climate tech solutions would then be developing the whole market for the whole world, and so that we would be successful in the hyper-competitive world. But as you can see, the climate change is not happening in metaverse. I used to work for digitalization. Digitalization plays a very important role still. There is no climate change without digitalization. But I've also said to my friends that indeed the climate change is not happening in metaverse. It's actually happening in physical world. And to be honest, we should actually watch carefully what is the carbon footprint of digitalization. If we count all the gadgets, all the rare earth metals, everything that we need to in order to produce this digital world. But what you see here is we look at circular economy. We look at food and agriculture. We know that buildings and constructions create 33% of the CO2 emissions globally. Concrete alone is 7%. By building with concrete, it creates 7% of gas house emissions on our dear planet. We look at hydrogen. We look at new renewable energy as a whole. And of course, we need to think about food and agriculture. That's really important, let alone mobility and logistics. So there is a lot to do. And I believe, especially when I've dived now deeper to different climate solutions, that this is actually in our hands. I mean, we created it. It's a human created problem. So maybe I'm a technology believer, but I wish to believe in good in these awful times when we have a war in Europe, as you know, that with climate change, this goes over borders, this goes over barriers. We breathe the same air. So all of these areas, we need to take actions. But climate crisis needs more than technology. And technology needs more than only engineers and business people. And this is my message also as a whole for the women in tech global community. We encourage our girls and women to study STEM subjects, so science, technology, engineering, mathematics. But we need also designers, we need philosophers, we need social scientists, historians. We need all disciplines in order to understand and make technology to serve us as well. So this is what I mean by inclusion. So inclusion, be it women or men, or as my teenager says, that it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, like, or be it different ethnic backgrounds or age groups, and also educational backgrounds. So this is important. We need to invite to those technology companies also variety of educational background. Then last but not least, I'd like to share one initiative that I'm involved. I was invited to join Lappeenranta University of Technology board from this January onwards. And it's a great honor. And that university in Finland is actually specializing in UN's Sustainable Development Goal called climate action. The university is, by the way, ranked in a very prestigious ranking among 10 best ones in the world in solving climate challenges with the help of science. But it's really about the systemic change, looking water, looking energy, looking air, as a sustainable ecosystem. And for this, we need, rehab of our all economic activities, I would say. There is no political message or party political message, ideological message here. This is just kind of a common sense that we need to change our thinking. And it was interesting when family office, head of the family office, very prestige family in Finland, being involved in paper industry, our green gold, for more than 150, 200 years. So he pointed out that, in my generation have heard, how ICT and digitalization, and of course, working for Capgemini, French origin global consulting company, or Nokia, or with my startups, which are internet startups. So we were all talking about programming and ICT and how IT skills and knowledge is the thing to study. But he said that, and he really woke me up. He said to me the other day that we've been always admiring, like, the IT is the hot industry and the hot user interface for the world. But he said that now the time is biology. We should all, go back to our school books and learn, biology and get that operating system to our DNA. So this is my, 2 cents. So yes, I can be with you, and it's been great to join thanks to ICT and technology and so forth. But everything that I see around here, every piece in my laptop that I utilize here, basically, of course, it's come from this planet. We don't have another planet where to scout the resources. So think about if the user interface of our times is actually biology and not ICT. And last but not least, we are all in this together, and we are all part of the solution. So thank you for letting me tell what's on my heart this evening and to share with you. And looking forward to our panel discussion. And as a Finn, we are usually quite humble, so apologies of not speaking Spanish. And my French didn't help at this point. So looking forward to get your messages. Here you see my contact information, also my Twitter hashtag. So looking forward to continue dialogue also offline. But now back to the studio there for you. And I stop sharing here and close my face maybe for a while. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Pia. Thank you, Pia. I hope you've heard this warm round of applause in Finland. Thank you for sharing your evening with us. And Pia has mentioned very specific issues, the list of Nordic countries that are very close to reaching this goal of having neutral carbon emissions. But the rest of countries in the Nordic regions, besides Finland, are also very close. So 2050 is a short, medium term, and developing countries should work on this, trying to see which are the actions that we need to carry out today so that in 20, 30 years' time, we can have neutral carbon emissions. And I'd like to mention something that Pia reminded us all about. Climate change is happening here and now, not in the metaverse. The metaverse can allow us to model technology, to model a world we don't know too well, but climate change, which affects us daily, which affects the climate, which affects us through natural catastrophes is happening here in this world. And we must see from the responsibility that states have, that civil society has, and citizens have, how to face it. And I would like to give the floor to Gloria. She is with us from Madrid. Please tell us, what are companies doing? What are technological companies such as Nokia doing in their commitment to mitigate climate change? And also, how, Gloria, you have a long experience because you've been in contact with customers within the company. How do you see us in reaching these goals, having a healthier world? And how can Nokia help us to think about a more sustainable technology for our future? Thank you, Annabel. Can you hear me well? Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to participate of this panel. I'm very sorry I cannot be there. I cannot get to know that beautiful room. I promise the next time I will visit you. And I'd like to start with the role of women in technology and in technology regarding sustainability. I think that we have to speak about diversity. A lot has been said in the different panels about the subject. It is extremely important to be diverse and to have inclusion, as Pia said, because it really makes us develop technology in a much richer way. When I decided to be an engineer, I noticed how my father used the telephone. It was just to give a very specific message or some news, and I watched my mother, and for my mother it was entertainment, and she called her friends, or she called my grandmother or her cousin to talk about the latest gossip. It was her social media, her entertainment, and I started thinking about it. How can it be that they're using technology in such a different manner? This technology is developed by men. And I decided I have to become an engineer and I have to contribute to diversity and to broaden how we use technology in order to make them richer and better. And that was my first contribution. That was when I told my father, and he said, wow, if you want to get married and have children, why don't you do something more simple, something that has to do with finance? And I said, okay, it's very clear to me. I want to become an engineer. I want to contribute. And now he's very proud that I have decided to follow that path. It is very important for all of us women to see that there is a need for diversity and inclusion in the development of technology, as it is also very important for technology to be inclusive. As we saw in the previous panel, the fact that technology can be accessible to all, affordable to all, because it is part of the engine for economic development. If you don't have access, you will lag behind, and those that do have an access will progress even more, and the gap is going to become wider and wider if we don't have connectivity, technology, and internet access accessible and affordable to all. And from Nokia, I'd like to tell you about what is it that we're doing in order to attain sustainability. It is one of our biggest pillars in the strategy. It is part of our culture. We take it into account when we develop a product, and we also take into account sustainability from the point of view of two big areas. One, how to maximize everything good that Nokia's technology introduces, and how to minimize everything that's negative that Nokia can impact on footprint and handprint, let's say, and how to maximize it, the positive. How do we cooperate with other industries? Being a telecommunications company, we connect everything and we connect to everyone. That's the basis for digitalization. We know that digitalization is now performing a key role in how to reduce the impact on climate change. The fact that we can digitize the manufacturing chains allow us to have everything in a more efficient manner. The consumption of energy is lower and lower. If we take a look at the electrical sector, it's been mentioned how YPF is deploying solar panels, which is key to have new renewable energies and be able to replace carbon-based energies. The challenge that we have today is that there are grids, the consumption is part of electrical energy, and what we are now fostering is that solar panels can be set up in homes, households. All that entails a challenge because the electrical transportation grid needs to work in very important frequencies. It has to manage both ends very efficiently, and all that is possible. The introduction of new renewable sources of energy, all this is possible because all the elements in the grid are connected, and we have companies, YPF and many others, that help us in the automation, and that's the automation that allows us to introduce these new sources of energy that are cleaner. And we also maximize the impact we have on our customers. As you said before, I am the voice of customers. I'm very much in touch with them. And for them, they are the telephone operators, mobile operators, or ground telephony. For them, sustainability is a key. Everything revolves around more sustainable and more efficient grids or networks. And 80% of the OPEX generated by these operators come from the power consumption that telecommunications grids have. And great percentage is used by the base stations of mobile networks. So everything that Nokia can do to reduce the consumption of only one base station has a very large impact on how we can reduce the total of the consumption that the operators have today. And we have an approach developed about how to minimize the negative impact. What we are doing is to foster new technologies. We are very active in innovation, and the new technology is more efficient from the starting point because they've been devised in order to do that. If you watch a YouTube video in a 5G network, consumes less than watching the same video in a 4G network. And on the other hand, we also take care of the products that we develop, the base stations or Wi-Fi routers that we have at home.
Products are new generation chips, and this allows us to decrease the power usage that our products have, the power consumption. And we focus on the hardware of our products, but we also have a team of developers that are developing technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning that allow us to make a more effective, efficient use of the power consumption that these devices have. If we look at electronic devices, generally, even if they are not providing a service, they always have a minimum consumption level that allows you to turn it on and off quickly when the end user so requires. So with this software development based on AI, what we try to do is minimize that so that when a service is not being rendered by the device, consumption is practically zero, is almost zero. And this entails a significant improvement in terms of the total consumption of telecommunication networks. other initiatives that we have as a company. One is developing new cooling systems. Electronic devices dissipate a lot of heat. If you look at your computer, your router, when they start operating and they need to process much, they start dissipating heat. When we have many electronic devices in the same room, in the same center, what we will need is to use an air conditioner to cool down the environment so that everything can continue working properly. So what we are doing is creating new cooling systems that are based on liquid cooling, and those new cooling systems allow us to cool down systems that heat that is being dissipated without the need to use air conditioners that consume much power and electricity. So adding up all those things, we managed to make sure that all the new products we launch, and we have a 5-year plan for that. So every year we reduce significantly power consumption in all those devices, in all those products. So our customers are developing their mobile and fiber networks based on that technology. We're also creating new initiatives. For example, when a product goes to our customers, that's packaged. So we use sustainable packaging material for all the products that our customers receive. We are renewing all that in order to avoid using plastics and instead using more sustainable materials. And then also we are focusing much on the reuse of certain things, on reutilization. When we take a technology leap, so our operators say, well, we'll only have 5G in our networks. And many will say, well, with the new base stations, I'll have 5G, but also I can provide a 4G. Some are disinstalling 4G, since in not all regions or not all over the world do operators follow the same speed, or not always the same capacity is needed. In urban centers, much more capacity is needed, but in rural areas, because of the population density, you don't need the latest technology, because with previous technologies, you can provide almost the same service as the one you can provide with new technologies. So in that case, what we are doing is reutilizing technology that we've used in certain customers. We move it to other customers, and all that leads to the creation of new products as well. And to summarize, our children, when they are at school, they learn about how to recycle. So what we do is the same, reuse and recycle. That's the basis for all our initiatives to minimize the impact that Nokia's operations might have on the environment. And we're also helping our customers, major operators that are working with Nokia, like Telefónica. They have plans to reduce their environmental impact and CO2 emissions by 2030. They have very aggressive plans in that sense. So Nokia plays a significant role to help them achieve that very ambitious goal. It is a goal that we share, of course, and something very important that we're implementing is indicators to measure the successful outcomes of these initiatives, because very often we have very good ideas, we start implementing things, but if we are not able to measure if an initiative is being successful or not, very often we do many things believing that we are doing things for the right reasons, but we don't have the results we expected initially when developing or when starting up the project. So that is very important. In all our initiatives, we are developing KPIs to measure in each initiative the outcomes, the results, and we see how that translates into that goal that we have for 2030, that is significantly reducing CO2 emissions that we currently produce. And at Nokia, since we are creators of the world of telecommunications, we aim at helping speed up and making sure that everybody has access to connectivity to the internet so that any small business can become digitalized. That means that we are indirectly collaborating to reducing the environmental impact. So there's no grid without digitalization, and there is no digitalization without connectivity. So Nokia is very much focused on that, and we are making great efforts to continue working daily, to continue improving our products, and to be able to do it in a way that makes technology available to all. As to the world of sustainability, we're also trying to make sure that there is diversity when it comes to defining a strategy, an initiative. Very often we laugh at the office because sometimes men find it difficult to know where they have to put the tin, whether it's a yellow or the blue, and very often we stand behind them, changing the position of the garbage bins. So the world can't be only a world of men. We need a diverse world, and we all have to develop initiatives and implement them. And just to conclude, let me go back to something that Pia said, and Annabelle, you also said this, that climate change is happening now. We need to focus on what's happening now. Those who work in sustainability say how we need to address sustainability in today's activities, but without having an impact on our children's lives in the future. And this is something that concerns us all. It concerns the private company, ourselves. We need to become more and more aware, and governments need to expedite processes, digital processes, to digitalize every corner in a country. So this is a task, an effort that concerns us all. Very well, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gloria, for your participation, and thank you very much for your message and this paradigm that you put on the table. Let me know if you've heard the applause. You've received a very warm round of applause here. So this paradigm that we need technology, but at the same time, technology uses energy. So we have to think about technologies that are more friendly with the environment or more efficient technologies in terms of the use of these limited resources, finite resources that we have. Now, a company like Nokia, a Finnish company, which, as we said, and based on what we've seen today, it's one of the most advanced in developing countries in terms of achieving this goal. Now, what are American companies doing? What are companies like Microsoft doing? And how does Microsoft see this? That is the commitment towards mitigating climate change. Is it that companies like Microsoft see that cloud-based technologies are much more efficient in terms of energy consumption, in terms of resource utilization? I'll ask Marina to answer this question, but also don't forget what I said at the beginning. What inspires you? Why do we do so many things as women? And then tell us about Microsoft's vision. First of all, let me thank the Embassy of Finland, Nokia, the Secretariat of Technological Innovation in the Public Sector, the Center for Gender and Gender Non-Conforming Persons, the Chief of Cabinet's Office, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for allowing us to be here. This is the first time I've visited this beautiful building. Sometimes we discover interesting things that are very close to us. And so it's a humbling exercise. Suddenly you find that there are these beautiful places in our own country, so it's good to appreciate them. So thank you all very much for this invitation, especially Micaela, Annabelle, and Lilian, who worked so hard to organize this wonderful event, putting us on the map here from Argentina, on the map of the world, as a lighthouse where there also are women working in tech. Before talking about what Microsoft does and about what we are doing here in Argentina, where we have some specific projects that have to do with climate change and with gender and technology, you were just saying, well, I always make this joke, I love this joke. The girl said they are from Cordoba, but I'm from Ushuaia, the southernmost city in the world. So if someone can beat me there, raise your hand. So it's good to have different parts of the country represented here. I'm not an engineer, I'm a lawyer, and sometimes I also find it difficult to understand the more technical conversations, but I make a great effort. And sometimes I say, why am I participating in these discussions? And then I correct myself and say, well, maybe because precisely the diversity and inclusion have to do with that. It has to do with gender diversity, but we were also talking about diversity in terms of age, diversity in terms of the education we have, our backgrounds, who we are. And today, I heard Jenny, I think it was, who talked about how you build, how identities are built. And I thought it was very interesting because I think that women, these women that do everything, build our identity in a very complex manner, bringing together very different pieces and things that we've learned, tools that we've gathered over time. We are not just one thing, and women that are mothers, as is my case, do everything you mentioned, plus all the other things we do. And in addition, we try to create awareness at home regarding care work and joint responsibility. So we can talk about that and not talk about climate change the whole afternoon. So why does technology need to be inclusive? Why do we need to engage in this conversation? And why does this discussion need to be diverse, including all civil society organizations, the academic world, businesses coming from different places with different mindsets and idiosyncrasies? Because it's not possible to have growth, economic growth in companies if you don't have economic growth in societies and in the communities where companies operate. This is inevitable. You can't plan, and I always read in the company about next year's planning, commercial planning, and the planning looks very nice, but definitely it has to do with the context. It has to do with the possibilities of growth that the country where companies operate has. Multinational companies are multinationals, but I always say I'm Argentine, I live here, I'm affected by the things that happen in my country, and I have to work for this country because this is where I live, where my family lives, and where my daughter is growing and becoming educated. So that vision in which the construction of a sustainable future is a construction that we all do is we are not being innovative. That vision, it's a vision that has to do with the fact that we live in this society, in this community, and in this planet. So protecting, caring for the planet is a need we all share. And I look at my daughter, who's 5 years old, and I see how she teaches me things about sustainability. And sometimes I find myself learning all the time. This is something else that has changed. Today, we were talking about learning on a permanent basis, and we need to reskill and learn all the time. And I joined the world of technology 2.5 years ago, so everything was new to me. And what I learned after many years of practicing as a lawyer, that I need to learn all the time. Every day I learn something new, and every day I unlearn something that I learned the wrong way. So that challenge is not a challenge that certain women have or that certain men have. It's a challenge that human beings have today in the world we live in. So it's a challenge we need to embrace with much love, and we need to be there doing our best so that things have the best possible outcome. And this is not a challenge that we can address on our own. I have to say this, and I'm saying this not as an employee of Microsoft, but as a human being. I find this situation, this challenge compelling, but I think technology has a role and has an inclusive and sustainable future. And I think it has the possibility and the tools. We were just listening to Mercedes, and she talked about how technology businesses grew in terms of their profits during the pandemic and how they were able to grow and develop and expand. And that is true. They grew much. And even if all businesses and the private sector have a specific responsibility regarding the building of a sustainable future, technology companies have an additional responsibility in that regard. Additional because of the potential this industry has to generate growth and development and to share that growth and that development that we are experiencing and from which businesses are benefiting, which is allowing us to grow and move forwards. And in that sense, it is important for the private sector and for technology companies to undertake specific commitments that can be measured in connection with the building of a sustainable future. Microsoft, that is, we work based on 4 pillars that are linked to Sustainable Development Goals, the UN SDGs. And only one of them talks about the building of a sustainable future. But when we think about the pillars, we realize that the building of a sustainable future has to do with climate change, but it also has to do with the other 3 pillars. We think about the creation of opportunities for inclusive economic development. We think about defending basic rights. We think about the generation of trust, because sometimes technology creates mistrust, and sometimes it's good for us to think that we have to create that trust in technology and that we need to be transparent and we need to measure ourselves and be transparent in the way in which we measure ourselves. And that is a specific challenge regarding the building of a sustainable future and how businesses measure, how they report, how transparent they are in terms of their results. And the last pillar has to do with building the sustainable future. Let me just tell you what has been Microsoft's journey in this regard. In principle, this has to do with an internal policy that's relative to sustainability, and it's linked to responsible employment or work. But Microsoft started with a highly operational approach about how to address this problem that had to do with how to add efficiency to the operation of its offices, its data centers that consume much energy. And it went from that being the original objective to the need to engage in advocacy. That is, asking the entire value chain to have shared objectives, similar objectives, considering what that can mean in terms of challenges. Because when we talk about the value chain, you think that value chains are companies like Microsoft, but it might be smaller companies. So that is also something we need to take into account. An interesting thing in terms of the results we published recently in the sustainability report is that in certain measures we had retrogressed. That's why I talk about transparency, and the retrogression had to do with the value chain. So it's good to measure properly to identify the challenges and decide how to address them.
So we changed from the merely operational approach that we are working in, and in 2020 we took up specific commitments to this approach about how can we take this approach to communities, societies, and all people, because inclusion implies that the benefits of technology must reach all, specifically those places all places and the whole planet, how to accompany public policies that take these goals into account, and how to accompany organizations that still do not have these goals in mind, but we can help them to set them out. Microsoft began many years ago with the internal carbon tariffs or fees. So we charged strongly, and that became a fund that then invested in renewable investment funds, in internal energy efficiency projects, and so on. And in 2020, took up some specific commitments, which I must read because some I can't remember from the top of my head. Negative carbon for 2030, to erase the carbon footprint from 1995 up to date until 2050, using 100% of renewable energy for 2025, positive water and zero waste for 2030, and with an approach that if we do this and we comply with it, it's great. But if we do it on our own, we won't have much of an impact. We created a specific tool, which is the Cloud for Sustainability, and it allows organizations that use this cloud tool to measure the carbon footprint, to measure, to make transparent, and to register and establish plans and strategies to reduce it. And also, we are creating a planetary computer, an open source computer with APIs and different apps to have data available related to climate change globally, and will help scientists develop these projects and strategies. These are some basic things we're doing. And in Argentina, we started some years ago working with ISA and AMSA, the management of water resources. We've participated of hackathons. And one last mention about how climate change affects women the most, because they are the ones that are displaced. They suffer climate change the most. And we started working on an alliance that includes the private, public sector, and civil society organizations. 15 organizations are included. It's called Connected Women in the American Chaco area. 9 million people. They are suffering climate change. First of all, we want to give them connectivity to contribute so that they can have connectivity through cooperatives led by women, and also training and tools that will allow women to become change agents. Most of these 5,000 women in communities have farming productive activities, and they don't use technology to make more efficient use of the land, to take better advantage of early warnings, market information, weather information. We're trying to bring connectivity, then training, and then the use, the importance of using this technology, so that these women can take full advantage of these technological tools and transform their activities into something that's more productive, and they can become their own change agents. Thank you for the invitation. This debate points to the fact that there is a need to carry this out, and also to make the approach of other companies our own approach, so that we can improve our own areas. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have several questions, but regretfully, people want to go and have lunch. We will make these questions, we will send these questions to our panelists. I'd like to conclude quickly, and I will make a reference to what the International Telecommunications Union says. And I'd like to mention a few specific tools that we have through technology to mitigate climate change. Remote work. The pandemic has made it evident that remote work is a tool that reduces the emission of gases due to non-use of transportation. Telecommunications, we normally mean connectivity. Without the media, without telecommunications, there is no connectivity. We are now suffering climate change. We are seeing delays in the beginning of different seasons. We're having droughts, floods, sensors in the information networks allow us to have real-time decisions. Satellites, they provide connectivity to areas that are difficult to access, especially in countries such as ours, which is so vast, and remote areas in rural areas allow us to implement connectivity-based solutions, have sustainable agricultural activities, and the quality of air, the quality of water, the quality of soil. Technology is really common to all of us and to all our activities in all our aspects of life and society. We must use it to our advantage. A big round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you. So we invite you to come to the next room, get something to eat and drink, and please be back at 2:30. We will start with our afternoon agenda at 2:30, and we will have a very important speaker for that moment. So please enjoy your lunch break, and we will resume in half an hour. Thank you.
At Nokia, we create technology that helps the world act together. This bold promise comes with its own set of challenges and questions for us to answer. How do we make sure that every person has equal access to the critical networks that enable the technologies that drive us forward? How can we ensure that communication accessibility does not create even wider gaps within the society, but rather delivers on its promise of uniting us all? And how do we do all of this in a sustainable way, making sure the technology we create has a positive impact on the world we share? These are the questions which inspire us. Questions about inclusivity which mandate us to create technology which never leaves anyone behind. We know that a diverse team will help us best answer these and other future challenges faced by the very technology we are developing and deploying. We believe that the different perspectives which come from a diversity of genders, generations, sexualities, abilities, ethnicities, education, expertise, and backgrounds will be needed for us to get these answers right. That's why we need you at Nokia. To be a trusted partner requires a culture where everyone is open to share ideas, fearless to learn from mistakes, and empowered to take on challenges. We are striving to create an inclusive culture where you don't just fit in, but rather find yourself growing and thriving. We hope you are inspired to learn more about the opportunities with us and discover a role you can play in solving our commitment to helping the world act together.
Stronger is the employee network for women to unleash their passion, their talent, their potential.
What we see is that the more we go up in the ladder, the less we see women at the top. And this is really what we would like to see, is the same diversity at the bottom of the pyramid up to the top.
Stronger is really unique because it's a grassroots movement. It was created by employees, it's for the employees, and it's led by the employees.
Stronger is fantastic because it's giving a voice to the women into this company.
No matter where we are, we're sharing the same problems and then we're sharing advice.
It is a forum for men also to contribute to gender diversity discussions and about leadership topics in general.
Stronger is leveraging the innovation within our employee base to solve gender diversity issues that affect all of us.
Women in this company constitute a minority, but what I think we want to achieve through Stronger is that they do not behave like a minority.
Stronger provides the passion and the energy for women to get empowered, to become what they want to be.
You can accelerate the pace of progress.
It's really enriching my life.
van del pueblo, tal vez no tienen muchas opciones en cuanto a estudio. Por eso la importancia del punto digital acá, ¿no?
Bueno, ayer encontré un curso de diseño 3D que se realizaba en el Punto Digital de Montecristo.
Estamos en el verano programando, yendo casi todos los días de la semana a Punto Digital.
Esto es lo que yo estaba buscando, una pasión que uno tiene y lo puede convertir en un trabajo. El Punto Digital me demostró que eso era lo que yo quería.
Poder juntarnos acá en la presencialidad y en un lugar tan lindo e icónico de la ciencia y la tecnología como es el Centro Cultural Kirchner nos llena de felicidad. Realmente estamos muy agradecidas de todo el trabajo, de todo el equipo y además estamos agradecidas de que este círculo virtuoso que hemos logrado con organismos del Estado Público Nacional, pero también con las empresas del sector TIC, del sector privado, realmente hoy nos trajo a hacer este recuento, a hacer este balance de este año de actividades y también a pensar los objetivos de cara al 2022.
Hoy realizamos el evento de cierre, de fin de año, estamos muy felices, la verdad, por todo lo conseguido este año y de cara un poco al año que viene, bueno, el plan es seguir trabajando, seguir generando más cursos, más charlas, más eventos, más espacios y oportunidades para que más mujeres y diversidades puedan insertarse en este sector.
Hoy lo que hicimos fue hacer un repaso sobre las distintas actividades que Nokia realizó en colaboración con el Centro G+T, que tienen como objetivo llegar con conocimientos de telecomunicaciones a un público abierto, claramente pensando en las mujeres y las diversidades.
Es un año que ha pasado y que hemos visto los resultados impresionantes que hemos logrado. La verdad que nada de esto hubiera sido posible sin esta interacción público-privada que valoramos muchísimo.
Un placer haber compartido este cierre muy emocionante, poder juntarnos de manera presencial sobre todas las cosas y también la energía, ¿no?, que se mueve cuando nos encontramos todas las mujeres, los hombres y construimos una agenda común.
Un camino recorrido en 2021 muy productivo. Partimos de un diagnóstico en donde las mujeres emprendedoras se encontraban con barreras para su recuperación económica, barreras a partir del conocimiento, de la inclusión, y trabajamos en conjunto con empresas, con el gobierno, con todos los sectores para poder brindar herramientas digitales para que pudieran sentirse estar más incluidas en esta Argentina que todos queremos.
Estoy muy sorprendida, porque estuve en el primer día y estoy ahora, y también sé sobre todo la potencia que tiene porque se pensaron también las líneas de acción para el 2022 que parecen ser casi infinitas.
This is Han. This is all of us. Born in the same hospitals as everyone else, Han opens Han's eyes for the first time. After being weighed and measured, Han is sent out into the world. As a child, Han is free to explore nature and wander the city safely. A long childhood continues through school, which Han attends with peers from all walks of life. And Han doesn't have to come from a wealthy or highly educated family to find opportunities to go further. Through changes, big and small, the ground has been laid for Han to go as far as Han wants. But being ambitious doesn't mean Han can't take time off to nurture family life. Han knows that a good balance in work and life leads to success in both. And every now and then, Han needs the time and space to just breathe. And although Han doesn't live in a perfect society, Han knows that things have been fixed before. You, me, him, her, Han. The inclusive Finnish pronoun that stands for equal opportunity.
Sola palabra es muy difícil, es mucho, más de lo que creemos. A veces no terminamos de dimensionar lo que es el punto digital.
Es una experiencia constante con la comunidad.
Es un múltiple accionar y ayudar más allá de la brecha digital.
Punto digital es un punto de encuentro.
Por ahí los chicos se van del pueblo, tal vez no tienen muchas opciones en cuanto a estudio. Por eso la importancia del punto digital acá, ¿no?
Quedamos en el verano programando, yendo casi todos los días de la semana a punto digital.
Es la primera vez que ven todo esto, así que es algo muy mágico y muy bueno a la vez.
Trato de buscar las oportunidades que hay, porque sé que hay oportunidades. Entonces, si yo quiero crecer, me tengo que capacitar.
Para ir a sacar un turno, para hacer cualquier trámite o algo así.
Me impactó porque me conectó.
Una oportunidad como esta no se tiene que desaprovechar.
reunimos en la última reunión de 2021 del Centro de Géneros y Diversidades en Tecnología. El Centro Gemaste, que nació hace tan solo 7 meses y que hoy condensa más de 800 charlas brindadas a mujeres y adolescentes, más de 2.000 becas y capacitaciones realizadas, más de 1.700 talleres, además de haber tenido charlas, encuentros virtuales, encuentros semipresenciales y encuentros de trabajo. Este centro viene a empezar a trabajar para reducir esas brechas que, si no las hacemos en tiempo y forma en una articulación público-privada y con mucha capacidad de acción, se estima que se van a requerir 140 años para poder reducirlas. Queremos seguir sumando empresas, queremos que el centro crezca y queremos que se constituya como un espacio de reducción de brechas de género en el universo de la ciencia y la tecnología.
images have really huge impact on us. So this sort of communicating through image, it's absolutely fascinating to me. My name is Natasha Skult, and I'm originally from Serbia. My background is in more traditional arts, or so-called classical arts. I started my PhD studies at Art History department here at University of Turku. I did research on art replicas and copies. For me, this shift between this sort of from the cultural heritage and theory to actually games as a medium kind of telling a story was smooth and not a brainer. I have been a hardcore gamer since childhood. My parents were gamers. I grew up with that. Now you're telling a story through interactive images. We want to kind of break the boundaries of interactive storytelling, and especially in the field of gamification and serious games. We believe that the future of gaming is integrating the technology with the needs of everyday life. We can see even in commercial games, even mobile ones and so on, how much this also social impact there is. Through stories, we can bring people together, and games do allow that on a much higher level through interactivity. One of the really biggest successes of the games industry in general here is this openness between the developers. In order to get the most out of whatever product we are creating, we need to challenge each other. As someone who is also teaching game design and game art here at the University of Turku, and I must say, Turku with
speaker, a very special speaker. And then, with the last panel, we will talk about digitalization with a social impact. To close with closing remarks. Your time. We've had you eat quickly, but we're trying to respect our agenda. So let me introduce
about the realm of technology. So 2 questions I offer. The first question is always, isn't it a brave choice
to make a girl the heroine of a computer science book? Is it brave that there is a little girl who is the hero of your book? And then the second question is, given that the hero is a girl, is this a book series only for girls? And the answer to both of these questions is absolutely no. First of all, I'm from Helsinki, Finland. This is not the case everywhere, but where I come
from a very early age, we grow up with children's book characters who look like us, who represent girlhood and who give us options and possibilities to do anything and everything we ever want in life. Pippi Longstockings, the world's strongest little girl, is one character. Little Moo in the Moomin series is another. And these might not be household names yet in Argentine children's literature, but I promise you that representation really matters at an early age. In order to become something, we need to see it at an early age. And that was why it was very, very evident for me that I wanted the main character, the hero of my stories, to be a girl called Ruby. Then the second question I always get asked is, Hello Ruby a book only for girls? And the answer is absolutely not. I think equally important to the fact that we have girls as the heroes of books is that boys read books that have girl heroes. So it's important that little boys, they grow up in a world where they see girls being active problem solvers, where they can respect the engineering skills of girls. And that's why I avoid the color pink in books, the Hello Ruby books. I try to not make them all about girly stuff. It just happens to be a little girl who's the main problem solver in the books. Because here's the thing, little girls don't know that they are not supposed to like computers. I'll repeat that because it's so important. Little girls don't know that they are not supposed to like computers. They are precise. They can concentrate well. They are really awesome at coming up with great stories and expressing themselves and asking amazing questions like how and why and what if. And they don't know that they are not supposed to like computers. It's us adults, the grown-ups, who think so. And I think it's really, really important that we don't move our own prejudices and ideas around technology to the next generation of children. So as mentioned, I come from Finland, where equity, education, gender equality, happiness, highest levels of trust and overall Nordic welfare states are areas of life that are very evident for us. So whenever I travel abroad, I always get the question, isn't your technology culture really amazing then? And the sad answer to this question is that actually no. Our technology culture is built around a lot of the ideas that male engineers founded in the 1960s and 70s. And even though Finland was one of the first countries in the world to have universal suffrage, we gave women the right to vote in 1907. We still have the same bad numbers when it comes to the proportion of women in computer science and technology. But I think it is because we are so advanced in many other areas of our society that we can lead the way and we can show the world what a future where both genders contribute to technology might look like. Because Finland has been a country where technology has been the bedrock of our society. A lot of world-changing technology from MySQL, the database system, to IRC, the chat system, to Linux operating system originate from Helsinki, Finland. And we know how to build communities around technology. This picture is from Assembly, a huge gaming community or conference where it gathers thousands of young, often male guys to talk about computer games and building them. And it started already in the 1990s. And because of Assembly, we nowadays have one of the most vibrant gaming ecosystems in the world. But looking at these pictures, it really makes me wonder, what if we would be able to have both genders and both of their voices be a part of the discussion? And since I'm in no way a policymaker, I can't give you any advice on legal structures. I'm not a statistician, so I can't give you numbers, but I am a storyteller. And stories are the original way we understand ourselves, we understand each other, and we understand the world around us. I'm going to give you a story, a kind of what if that would happen if we were able to give these skills to also women around us. And it's a curious thing that when we think about a computer, we think about the machine we have today, but computers, they didn't fall from the sky. They weren't things that were ready in our hands. Computers actually were made by hundreds of different disciplines. The computer doesn't have one father. It has an aunt, an uncle, a mother, a father, a grandmother, and a grandfather. What I mean with this is the idea that computers came from the interaction and cooperation of material scientists, physicists, cognitive scientists, programmers, all kinds of people needed to come together to build the thing we nowadays know as a computer. And many different kinds of technologies needed to intersect to create the machine we today call the computer. So if anything, a computer is a collection of ideas. And we had many different people contribute to these ideas. And again, because I'm a storyteller, I couldn't help but wonder, what would the world look like if we had women be a part of those original discussions? And what if we, in Finland, for instance, had more women in the 1950s and 60s when the bedrock of the computer was built, be a part of making the computer happen? So I want you to meet a few of these imaginary ideas. First of them, her name is Aino Sibelius. So Jean Sibelius is the most famous composer Finland has. He's a really, really famous composer, made some of the big national anthems and concertos and phenomenal classical music composer. But the reason he could be so phenomenal was actually his wife, Aino Sibelius. And Aino always said that the reason why Jean Sibelius
or she always said that Jean Sibelius, the composer, shouldn't write songs,
he should write symphonies. And I think Aino, if she back in the day had been an engineer, she would have been one of those back-end engineers, one of the people who helps build infrastructure that helps others. And Aino Sibelius, she died in the 1950s when computers were gigantic devices. They filled entire rooms and you programmed them with punch cards. And Aino was also an engineer.
Somehow I imagine that she would have actually made a really good programmer because she was precise. She ran the household. She took care of Jean's affairs and all of his businesses around the world as a classical composer. And also,
she made choices and ideas that benefit the others.
Because I think this is one of the messages that should be heard wonder when it comes to programming and technology. The idea that programming is not only solving personal, small problems. Programming is about solving big societal problems and helping others
be creative and create better worlds. And I think Aino Sibelius, the wife of Jean Sibelius, might have made a wonderful program. Another what if. Armi Ratia.
She's another famous Finnish lady. She's the founder and CEO, a legendary character of
clothes company called Marimekko. And Marimekko was this legendary company started in the 1960s at the time when computers were just becoming real. And Armi Ratia always said that Marimekko is not actually a clothes company, it's a lifestyle company.
And she promoted these big ideas about women's equality and freedom and so forth through her clothes line. So Armi, as a founder, she would have made a completely different kind of a programmer. Armi was all about creativity. She loved expressing her ideas. She had a
background as a copywriter, not a fashion designer. And I started to think, Armi probably would be very excited about all of the artificial intelligence and machine learning technology out there nowadays. So I decided to do
an experiment. I decided to try if I could build a new
network, this piece of technology that uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to help Armi be more creative. So I decided to collect a lot of these Marimekko clothes names. And the names are quite quirky and unique.
They use language which is incomprehensible for most people. So they go like and so forth and so on. So each cloth,
whether it's pants or whether it's socks or whether it's a shirt, has a unique name. And I imagined if we could use technology to help us create new kinds of names. So I took thousands of these names because Marimekko is an old company and they already have
thousands of Marimekko clothes names, and I fed them to this new network.
And as mentioned, it's a piece of code that is very, very hot today in the field of technology. And the role of the code is to look through all of these thousands of examples of Marimekko clothes names and look for patterns that we humans quite can't keep in our heads, and then try to generate new examples of these names. And I was very, very excited about this experience. I felt that I'm going to be creating this new creative sidekick artificial intelligence that will help humans become better at doing the things humans are so good at, and leave all of the rote work for the machine. And the first results were terrible. They didn't make any sense at all. The computer had generated words like valos, inislö, lahnilitanti, onasot, ikkekunit, and I felt desperate. I felt like there's no way a computer could somehow help the creative people in the world. But then I realized that actually Finnish language is really hard. It's really, really hard to learn
Finnish. It's really, really hard to speak Finnish, and Finnish is also a language that resembles no other language out there. And the computer had only had a few hours to do all of this learning and creating, whereas I myself, it took me probably 18 years to master the language of Finnish. So what I did is I gave the computer more examples of Finnish language. I hit a whole system, a whole dictionary of Finnish language, and then I gave more examples of these Marimekko clothes names. And I let it run for the entire evening.
And then in the morning, when I woke up,
I went to see what the computer had created, and it felt like it was at the same time Christmas morning, like when in the 1990s I had this little digital device
where you took care of a little computer pet, because I was so excited to see what the computer had created.
And now, after 12 hours
working, after a little bit more vocabulary, the results were phenomenal. The computer had looked at these thousands of examples and it generated new kinds of examples like pyyninpakka, tanohalti, putti, pukukka, tirkka, ruitintullo. And even if you didn't speak a word of Finnish, and I bet the poor interpreter has a hard time translating these words for you. These are bogus words. They don't actually mean anything in Finnish, but they sound fun. Just try out saying loud, pyyninpakka. And they have some of the joyfulness that Armi was all about. A little bit of that Eastern Finnish Karelian vibe that she always promoted throughout her career. And I show these examples, these new Marimekko clothes names that are gibberish Finnish to the creative team at Marimekko. And they become very, very white in their face. And they say, oh my gosh, does this mean that the computer is going to steal my job? And I say, absolutely not. The computer, it generated thousands of names. But me, as a human, I was still much needed in curating and choosing which names made sense for other humans, which names were funny enough to resonate with the audience of these clothes. And this is another message of technology that I want to highlight to young women and girls who are thinking about entering this field. That technology doesn't always need to be about solving a mathematical or a logical problem. It can also be about expressing your own creativity, much in the same way as crayons and Legos and Play-Doh and music can be about expressing your creativity. Finally, if we think for a little while about what kind of a world we want technology to look like, I'm really hoping that by broadening the group of people that feel like they belong to the world of technology, we'll be able to tackle a much more diverse group of problems than the ones the modern day Silicon Valley is looking at filling. And I wish that the future Ada Lovelaces and Alan Turings and the future luminaries of technology, they will be Kenyan schoolgirls, they will be Norwegian librarians, they will be Argentinian school teachers. And that technology, it becomes this language that allows us to express ourselves, that helps us help others build out their creativity and showcase their ideas about the world. And I truly believe that by allowing a new generation of children to see technology as something more than just machines, we are on our path to making this world happen. So I want to end by a practical story of how we get there, because a lot of the challenges around technology have to do with vocabulary. All the vocabulary around technology tends to be quite exclusive. It blocks out people. And a few years ago, I read this study from a group of Cambridge University researchers where they had shown British children 2 sets of pictures. In one set of the pictures, there were pictures of animals, plants, flowers, trees. And in another set of the pictures, there were Pokemon species, the Japanese animation series. And by far, the British children were so much better at recognizing the Pokemon. They had more vocabulary to describe
the yellow Pikachu than the birch tree.
They recognized the Bulbasaur better than the badger. And the British researchers were baffled and they were worried, because what happens in a world where we don't have the vocabulary to express what is around us? And I'm worried about the natural world. I want our children to be able to have vocabulary to talk about what surrounds them. But I think the exact same thing is happening in the realm of technology. But we have a lot of these words I like to call suitcase words. Words that we put in a suitcase and we close the lid of the suitcase and we never open it, and we just throw the suitcase from one person to another. With words like this, I mean words like algorithm, words like blockchain, words like digitalization, words like Bitcoin. And this is true for also technologies we think we understand and know. Once there was a little boy in London who came to me and said, "Linda, is the internet a place?" And I look at him and I'm like, "Oh, I know the answer for this one. No. Internet is not a place. Internet is this like this global network of interconnected servers. You can't think of it like that. It's like the information superhighway. It's a global village. You can go surfing online." And then I all of a sudden realized that I sound ridiculous. I sound like a kid of the 1990s. I sound like someone who grew up with the modem sounds and internet that you turned off and on. This child, he has never ever disconnected from the internet. It is something invisible everywhere around him. And we need new kinds of stories and metaphors to really shape what kind of technology we are building. So when I'm explaining what the internet is, should I talk to the little child about the fiber optic cables that go from the bottom of the sea all the way to space? Or should I talk to him about the server farms all around the world that keep all of that data about us, our families, and our friendships? Or should I talk to him about the software side of the internet? Should I talk to him about the protocols and the millions of lines of code engineers have written to make all of that data travel around the world 9 times in a second? Or should I talk to him about the cat memes, about the funny internet videos, about the new TikTok dance out there? Should I talk to him about the explosion of creativity that has happened when the 6 billion of us can finally have a conversation together? I think this is the challenge when we think about technology. It's not only the hardware side of things, it's not only the software side of things, and it's not only the societal impact technology is having. We should talk about all these 3 things at the same time, and we should make them inclusive and diverse and make sure that people feel like they belong. And that's not happening today. So we need new definitions of technology.
technology that makes us feel like we belong. And as we hit the 1990s, there was this one game I really, really loved. The game's name is Civilization 4. And in it, you start with an ancient civilization of a really, what is it called?
The rock ages or the Neanderthals or the very ancient human beings. And little by little, you unlock different technologies in this technology tree until you hit the space age. And what was interesting in Civilization 4 was that computers were only one thing in the technology tree. The Civilization 4 game felt that biology is a technology, that mass media is a technology, that fiber optics is a technology, that constitutions are a technology. And I think something about this definition of
Technology I learned when I was 10 years old has stuck with me.
Because when I learned about how the Greek defined technology, it felt very, very familiar. And what the Greek said is that technology, it's not computers. Technologies are tools needed to do a job. So tools needed to do a job. But not only the tools, the Greek said that technology is also the skills and competencies, very human
things that are needed to do the job. For the Greek, agriculture was a technology. Democracy was a technology. So the Greek thought that somehow humanity is inherent in technology, that the two things, humans and technology, are connected to one another.
But to get a better
definition of technology, we still need two components.
And one of those components comes from a Spanish philosopher called José Ortega y Gasset. And he has this very, very beautiful line that says that technology is the production of superfluities today as in the Paleolithic age. That is why animals are atechnical. They are content with the simple act of living. And I'm not a student of philosophy, but if I understand José Ortega y Gasset's idea, it is that our ability to imagine, our ability to think about the future, our ability to tell stories about where we want to go is what makes us humans technical. Animals are simply content in the today world. Humans are thinking about tomorrow, and that is what technology is about, our ability to tell stories. So two definitions: humans, their tools, their skills and abilities, humans and their imagination and storytelling. But still, the final and most relevant definition of a technology comes from a 9-year-old little girl from Helsinki, Finland, who a few years ago told me this definition. I asked her, what is technology? Who uses technology? And what is it used for? And here's her answer. She told me that technology is electricity that loves. That's such a beautiful sentence. I'm just going to repeat it. She says, technology is electricity that loves. It is used to play. I use it to have a conversation with my mom. We use a WhatsApp application. And then finally, and most importantly, people uses technology. And I think armed with this kind of definition of technology, we can make sure that the future generations, whether they are girls, boys, whether they come from anywhere in the world, whether they even identify based on the binary gender definition, will feel like they belong to the world of technology. Thank you very much.
Linda, I hope you've heard our round of applause. Thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. Do we have questions in the room? Go ahead.
Really, really inspiring.
inspiring talk, and as a small girls, we all get really excited. My question would be that as you get small girls really excited, and how do you see how we get the little bit bigger girls to get excited about the programming, and what should we do? What are the actions you see that would kind of help now these new generations who already know that the internet is everywhere, and what kind of actions we see to get girls, ladies, women, or programming side and get the life out of that? Thanks.
I think it's interesting. I used to think that it's around age 12 that girls start to define themselves as non-technical or non-mathematical, because that's the age when you really start to think about your identity. You start to think that, oh, I'm this kind of a person, I'm not that kind of a person, as you enter your teenage years. But turns out, I read some research that said that already at the age of 6, girls start to think that they are good at technology or they are bad at technology. They are good at math or they are bad at math. And that's why I think it's really important that we start very early, because the stories we hear about ourselves and about each other at our early childhood are the ones that stick with us, and they are the ones that help us define what we think we can do later in life. But your question, what can we do for the older girls and young women out there? I think there's a lot. The most important thing I think we can do on a societal level is invest in the teachers, because if we don't invest in teachers, I think we are only introducing more bias into the system. Then it's only the parents who come from wealthy backgrounds who will be able to afford teaching their children these skills. And educational systems are the key to making these skills approachable to children around the world. So teachers, and especially principals, school principals are still the ones that decide a lot on how school budgets are used. And then on the highest level, it's ministries and policymakers who need to make these computer science skills relevant in the curriculum again. So that's one part of the answer: investing in teachers, investing in their learning so that they can in turn make sure that all school children learn these things. And then the second part of answers is we should tell different kinds of stories. It's really, really weird how many of the narratives and stories around technology focus on a lone, white, male, mathematical innovator who comes up with the technology and solves a problem in the world. Ranging from Mark Zuckerberg to Bill Gates to Steve Jobs, we tell this story over and over again. And instead, I think we should tell stories that resemble more, like that have more components of teamwork, that talk about the different skills all these companies required in order to make the technology, and how people from different backgrounds with different skill sets need to come together, because a computer is not only a technology, it's a collection of ideas, and those ideas can come from all kinds of people in the world. And those are the stories we ought to be telling.
Gracias, Linda.
Thank you, Linda. Do you have any further questions? Please remember that we have Spanish translation, or translation into Spanish or into English. Any further questions? Linda, thank you very much. We do hope you have an opportunity to visit Argentina. We're going to be very pleased to welcome you here. Thank you for your time and for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will now go to the last panel of the day before we close our sessions. It is called Digitalization with a Social Impact. I will ask panelists and the moderator to approach the rostrum. In the meantime, I will introduce the panel. This panel is going to deal with the advantages and the problems of digitalization and its impact on the different areas of society. The moderator is Andrea Rivas Varela, who leads Local Strategy in Latin America and fosters the creation and execution of the company's marketing strategy. Andrea is focused on exploring opportunities based on market developments and trends in areas such as 5G or wideband broadband. Andrea will introduce the panelists. I'd like to remind you that after the panel, you can ask your questions. You can do that in the room or in the YouTube channel. Please follow the social media, Twitter, at CentroGT/AR, and in Instagram, found at Finland Buenos Aires. If you want to participate of the presentation, you have different hashtags, Women in Tech and Women in Tech Argentina. Welcome, you all have the floor. Thank you, thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. I wanted to begin by thanking the organizers of the event for the invitation and for the opportunity of being here. We come from Sao Paulo, Brazil, and thank you for the opportunity and for being able to know different perspectives, to get to know different experiences. One of the previous panelists said that she learned and unlearned new things every day. Today has been a super opportunity for me to learn a lot from you, and very probably our panel will also be a huge opportunity for learning, for debating, for taking a look at different prospects and perspectives. Thank you once again, and welcome to our panelists. I would like to introduce our panelists in alphabetical order. We have our guest, Anthony Darcy. He is from Nokia. He is the Enablement and Communications Director, ESG, Environment, Social Governance. And Tony has worked in this ESG job since 2016. He supervised all the ESG reports or messages and Nokia's actions with our customers, and very recently he took the role of ESG throughout our organization. That is why he is visiting us in Latin America for this event and for different meetings with our customers and our employees in the region.
He's worked in Nokia for the last 25 years in different positions, sustainability, communication, marketing. Welcome, Anthony. Also with us is Erica Rosalen. Welcome, Erica. Erica is the Distance Formalities Division of the Secretariat of Technological Innovation of the Public Sector. She has a degree in management from Buenos Aires University and a master's degree in business administration from Pisa University. She specialized in agile methods and data analysis, and she has vast experience in the public sector, creating systems of technological projects of technological innovation. She'll tell us about those projects, and she's also worked in the ICT sector, in digitalization, healthcare, and in research in science and technology. Online is Professor Rafael Pastor, who is a full professor at the UNED University. It's a distance education university from Spain. I hope it's not too late in Spain. Good evening, Professor Rafael. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. Good evening. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can. I hope this would work, and it did. Professor Rafael is a full professor at UNED University. He was the innovation director of UNED in charge of the development of the e-learning, active learning platform. Currently, he's the director of ETSI IT, and he was a coordinator of a master's program in engineering and data science in UNEC, and he coordinated MOOC, elements of AI, elements of artificial intelligence, of which we will talk and we'll learn about this interesting project. So he coordinates that project in its Spanish version, and he has many years of experience in research with publications in renowned international journals. Finally, Tamar Kolodenko. Welcome. Did I pronounce your last name properly? She's a manager for public policies and government affairs for Google South Cone. In the past, he's held various positions in the public and the private sector in connection with digital policies and the promotion of the internet ecosystem. Thank you. Welcome. A brief introduction on my part and to provide a context for the topic of this panel. In the last 2 years, we all saw an acceleration, a great acceleration of digitalization as a result mostly of the pandemic. And many of the panel members did make reference to how they saw these changes in businesses, in society, in government. As regards connectivity, we have the data about what happened in fixed broadband in Latin America, where we had a growth in the number of accesses in 2019. Before the pandemic, it was 21.5 million accesses to almost 47 million accesses. So there was an acceleration of connectivity in fixed. And at the same time, we saw changes in distance education, telemedicine. We saw changes in health and migration of many of the processes that we knew shifted to online modes. There was an acceleration of digitalization in businesses, which has been allowing us to improve processes, but at the same time, it also allows us to make a more efficient use of resources, better production and productivity conditions, and better work and safety conditions in industries. And now in Latin America, we've started developing or using 5G of mobile technology in the major countries in the region. We are about to start with that. And what we see is that the fifth technology, 5G, will bring about impacts, economic impacts also of businesses and companies. It will have impacts on productivity and also on new revenues. In fact, Nokia has conducted a study jointly with Ondia, the consultancy for Latin America, and that impact on the economy was estimated it might be up to 2035 of almost $3.3 trillion. So for the region and for Argentina, well, it would be like a 10% with an impact on manufacturing, on ICTs, services, agriculture, and government. Those would be the major vertical segments to be impacted. All this outlook also brings about what was made evident by the pandemic, and that is the digital divide. We've talked about this already, all the challenges entailed in the digital divide. It's not just connectivity, but the fact of not having connectivity can have an impact on the gap in connection with healthcare, education, and also services to citizens. The idea for this panel is to discuss the digitalization experience of the various players represented here, its positive impact, the positive impacts of digitalization, but also the challenges that lie ahead of us, and how we as various players in society and in our different roles can work together so that we can reap social benefits, societal benefits in a broader and more equitable manner for all. Very well. I'd like to start the talk by referring to the public administration first. First, to understand from Erica what are the major digitalization initiatives and initiatives for digital transformation of the public administration in Argentina, and also your own experience with your working group in terms of the deployment of the distance processing platform. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate at this meeting. It's an honor for me to be a part of this channel with such great experts in digitalization with a social impact. One of the main initiatives in the government and in the digital transformation is the Federal Digital Transformation Program of Argentina, which is under the responsibility of the Secretariat for Technological Innovation of the public sector. One of its objectives is to strengthen technological sovereignty, and it entails changing paradigm because each initiative, plan, program, or project is devised within the framework of the action plan of the digital government, where technology solutions are the axis to achieve an inclusive quality state which is responsive to individuals. At the Secretariat of Technological Innovation, we develop these technologies that allow national public sector agencies, municipalities, and the provinces to have access to an ecosystem of solutions that are integrated and that meet all interoperability standards. It allows them to have access to a digital coexistence, so to speak, which has impact not only internally because of the digitalization of administrative processes and procedures, but also in terms of the cultural transformation of the public agencies. And also it has an impact on the productive system and society. The set of technology solutions is made up by a digital documentation system that allows administrative files to be managed digitally, an authentication platform, bringing together at a single point all the identity providers of the state. For example, the tax administration, the National Registry of Individuals, the Social Security Agency, Mi Argentina, as a provider of identity, of a digital profile of citizens. So we have a digital signature infrastructure where each document, each electronic document, can be digitally signed, and that has legal validity. Also part of the ecosystem is the distance interaction platform for citizens to interact with the government, with the state. Legal persons and individuals can start their processes through the platform set an electronic domicile. They can receive digital notifications. They can follow up their administrative files from the beginning until its completion. In my division, the members of my team and myself seek to promote this digital transformation in the state, in the government, by advising and accompanying all agencies in the public sector in terms of the analysis and the design of the processes that they want to digitize, simplification of processes and rationalization of formalities. We provide them with that support. And we also carry out the configuration and implementation process, configuration of setting, tests, meetings with government agencies, surveys, and comprehensive tests until the system is implemented in a productive environment. We use easy-to-use technology with the various working teams to organize planning, use iteration, and then we hold meetings to assess outcomes. We also support the government agencies in the design of reports, which is essential because in this sense, we use a business intelligence tool so that they can analyze data, evaluate them, and measure the impact of the public policies they develop. We also have a support center. So we provide support to the various public agencies. And we also have a help desk. Focus is more on providing assistance to citizens, to individuals. And we also have projects to evolve the platform, to make corrective maintenance. And in this regard, we are very much in touch with the technical development team. In the last few years, we saw how our work grew a lot. All this transformation, digital transformation process has become accelerated and more intense, partly because of the increase in demands from the government agencies for them to digitize their processes and procedures, but also because of this disruptive and critical situation that we had to face, that is the COVID-19 pandemic. So all agencies had to work remotely from one day to the next. And having a platform of technological solutions in place and technological infrastructure available was a good thing. It made things agile in the sense that agencies could respond to the emergency and have timely information. The distance interaction platform was strategic in this regard to allow citizens to continue having access to fundamental rights like health, education, mobility. And also in terms of numbers, we saw that in the last few years, the number of users increased by 220%. In April this year, we had 3 million users, individual users. And also the number of digital documents increased by 158%. We reached 40 million electronic documents digitally signed. If we think about the impact, in the previous panel, we were talking about the environmental impact. If we think about those 40 million documents that are electronic and what that entails in terms of saving paper. So those 3 million people had to move to the government agencies to interact with the government at a physical place. That would have had an impact in terms of sustainable development. So the platform does have a positive impact in this sense. We've implemented 4,800 processes and procedures that are part of this platform. Challenges that lie ahead in terms of transformation processes that have an impact on society and in connection with digitalization. As you said, Andrea, there's a digital divide, more so in a context of structural inequality like we have in Argentina and also in the rest of the Latin American countries. So in that sense, many segments of the population cannot have access to services that would allow them to realize their fundamental rights like health, work, and education. So they need technological solutions to have access to their rights. If we analyze the digital divide with a gender perspective, we can see that women and non-conforming genders are mostly excluded from the use of technologies. We see they have a lower degree of participation in the information society in terms of access. They have less training or skills for them to have access to technologies, and also ownership. They have less participation in environments involving the development and the design of these technology tools. That's why at the Secretariat of Technological Innovation, we created the Center for Gender and Technologies in order to enhance the gender perspective in the field of technology and telecommunications. And the center seeks to enhance and build the skills of women and of non-conforming genders so that they can have a greater participation in the sector of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Thank you. The digital divide is also a connectivity gap and training gap, and the gap regarding access to different public services in order to have a citizen that actively participates of society. The digital divide is a challenge not only for us in Latin America, but it is also something we mentioned with Tony. He said that it's a challenge in many developed countries, especially in rural areas or areas with not such a dense population. I'd like to complete your experience and your comments to understand the experience we see on the side of governments regarding different initiatives that we are working on jointly so that we can reduce that digital divide. I'd like Tony to take the floor, and then I'd like Professor Rafael to continue with his perspective of the European sector and the different challenges you see there. Tony, you have the floor. Which examples can you give us of different approaches regarding the challenge of digitalization and digital transformation regarding the different gaps we see in different countries?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to speak. I think it's a big question that you're trying to answer, and probably that we've been trying to answer for the last 25 years. There has been improvements. There are governments that are building. One of the biggest challenges is involving all the correct parties in building these platforms. The biggest issue is most platforms get built, but many people don't get taught the skills to use them. And actually it should, in my opinion, if we believe that connectivity is a fundamental right, then it's the government's duty also to teach the digital skills along with the platform. And that's something that some governments do, some governments don't do so well, and some governments work with the private sector to help do that. And that's important. You can also work with the non-governmental sectors to help do that and to trial new innovations to work out how people can learn how to use the tools, the platforms, in order to actually enjoy their fundamental rights. A good example, actually, I always find a good example is old people or older people. I count myself in that these days. We forget that if you move services, citizen services, to a digital format, you have to give people the skills to actually access that. We tend to concentrate on young people, we concentrate on people who need a second chance, we concentrate on certain, groups of people. We rarely concentrate on the older generation. So when my mother, who's 91, can't actually access her medical information because she just doesn't know how to use the pad, it shouldn't really be my job to teach her that from the other side of the world. I live in a different country. So that should be part of the whole process, first of all. And I think there are some governments who do that. First of all, you have to, as a government, you have to have a plan, which is the most important thing. And once you have that plan, it's putting in place the right partners, understanding there's not a quick fix to everything. So I think sometimes we think we can suddenly fix it by just putting a piece of software in place or a piece of hardware in place, and then build on that. And rarely can you do that because you need to have all those parties in place. And just to get the parties in place takes a long time. We worked very closely on one project with UNICEF in Finland, in Kenya, the Kenyan government, the Kenyan telecom operators. And I think it took maybe 2 years before we all agreed where we were going. And agreed on what technology was the right technology. It changed at least 3 times in the process. We connected 90 schools. We trained all the teachers working in those schools to use the digital tools, but also the children to use the digital tools. And we even looked at children with disabilities so that they were not left out. So how would blind or deaf children use those same digital tools, and training those people and training the teachers to train more teachers is pretty important, I think. I think we connected, within 2 years, we connected 90 schools. And for many of you, maybe, when you see a school in Kenya, it isn't quite the same as what you may think as a school. So there were challenges such as in very remote areas, having to put in technology in a way that it could not be seen, because then it could not be stolen. And then there are things like that that you have to take into consideration. But really, it's mainly about how do you bring the parties to the table, agree on what you're going to do, ensure you have not just the tools, but the training and the follow through. And from a technology perspective, one of the biggest things is who is going to maintain that technology and that platform after you've left. Because you don't stay in that project all the time. And that's one of the big challenges. I think those are the main things. I think many governments do different approaches to the problem. I don't think there's a silver bullet for it at all.
Sí, al final, los problemas complejos.
Complex problems require the participation of multiple stakeholders and a systemic kind of work. Those are part of the teaching processes we've had. It's very important to involve many stakeholders in society, that they can contribute with their share of the problem, and also think in the long term how to make it continuous, ongoing. It's not one specific project, but something that continues a long time. Professor Rafael, would you like to contribute with your experience from the European point of view and also work with Spanish speakers? First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the Secretariat of Innovation and Technology and to the Embassy of Finland. I'd like to mention a few issues that are being carried out in Spain. I'd like to agree with Anthony. We're always talking about digital transformation and technology, and we forget about people. He mentioned that. He talked about the older people. In Spain, there was a movement with older people because banks are digitalizing their services, and operating with banks has to be done through apps or through their websites. And they are forgetting that they're closing branches in very small rural towns, and people have not a possibility to access their bank accounts. That's the key mentioned by Anthony. We are focusing a lot of our efforts on digital transformation, but not on the users of those digital services. The same applies for the Spanish public administration. And I'd like to agree with Anthony in that respect. It's very important. Governments must have a plan. The plan must be inclusive. It's interesting to highlight that that inclusivity is reflected on different actions and plans. From the Spanish point of view, these 2 years of pandemic have been quite complicated. Spain is a country that has an important part of its GDP that depends on tourism. Tourism has been very much affected, and our GDP has been greatly affected. It's the country that has lost the most GDP in this pandemic. So it was decided to try to digitalize processes in order to improve productivity, especially regarding services and public administration. We've seen specific European funds only for digitalization. The transformation platform, how citizens interact with services, it's quite similar to what's happening in Argentina, and a package of around 15 billion euro has been invested to try to speed up that digitalization. That is done through a plan, a very specific design, especially regarding the investment in technology. And different plans are being developed in different areas. There are different plans. For instance, one which is quite well known, which tries to turn Spain into a chip development center for computers, for cars or automobiles. We are the second or third automobile industry in Europe. It's quite hard to get a car because there are no chips available. So this is a special program that is also very interesting to me, which is ecological transition. A lot of money is being invested in trying to have some kind of energy independence. I guess this is also happening in Argentina, and it happens in all of Europe. We are in the midst of an energy crisis. And not too long ago, it was said that Spain could be the solar energy factory for all of Europe. But now we are developing technological products in several areas. We're trying to turn aid and help to citizens to set up solar panels so that they can be self-sufficient or autonomous. It doesn't mean that if you have a solar panel on your roof, you are independent of the energy company. But electrical energy has to be paid for. And if we deal with renewable energies, of course, there is a problem that has to do with dependence on meteorology. There's no sunshine, no wind, no energy. Regarding e-management, there's an important effort being done regarding the development of digital services. In Spain, almost all services, including the Equality Ministry, have been digitized. Anybody can interact with any of the services offered by the Spanish public administration. So digital transformation has moved in giant strides in these last 2 years to favor citizens. I simply wanted to highlight what Anthony said about people. We must be able to give services to citizens because they are the basis for a country or the European Union. That was everything I wanted to say. I don't want to take any more time because probably questions will be coming along and they are much more interesting. Thank you, Professor Rafael. And elaborating on training a little bit more, which is a critical point for digitalization, and considering the business point of view, how can different agencies or entities work in the training of digital skills that are required by companies and they are not as diverse or as many as are needed. For instance, artificial intelligence, new advanced technologies, machine learning. Tamar, could you talk to us about Google's experience? How are you working with that challenge? Thank you, Andrea. The question is excellent. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about these important issues. There's a challenge for Google, which is internal and external, with an internal and external responsibility. We want to have a more diverse workforce, and we believe that is fundamental to develop inclusive products, products that have this gender approach that will reach more users. As Tony was saying, tools and platforms are out there, but as they haven't been designed for women or for diversities, there is a very big access gap. So we believe that internally, it's important to have a diverse workforce that will create these products with such a perspective. And on the other hand, we think it's a responsibility of companies such as Google to cooperate with the community where we are, where we exist, so that all women, not only Google women employees, have these opportunities. So there are two approaches that run in parallel. Internally speaking, there are many policies that the company has which have been designed so that women employees already working in Google can grow in their careers and also to be able to hire more women working for the company. For those women already working in the company, many of these policies have been mentioned and how important they are. For instance, very generous policies that have to do with parental leave a minimum in Google is 24 weeks in all offices of the world. In some offices, that leave is even larger due to national policies, but the floor is 24 weeks. There are lots of flexible working options for mothers and fathers. Paternity leave, that is fundamental. We have to foster the fact that more men take their parental leaves and take care of children, just like women do. And many other internal policies that have been designed to retain women within the workforce and help them grow in their careers and help them have an access to promotions and improvements in their professional roles. That would be the internal aspect, which also includes what I mentioned before about hiring and how do we make sure that hiring processes are inclusive and have a gender approach. It is quite complex in the world of technology. There's a lot to be done yet. Google has worked a lot to improve numbers. The number of women employed is around 33%. Last year it was 33%. I should check the numbers of this year. Numbers are public. There is a diversity report that we publish every year, and you can all see the amount of women hired by women, which are the levels and the roles they work in. Is it a good number? Yes and no. It's better than a few years ago. Should it be higher? Yes, it should be. We have to work more so that we have more women working in the company, more women in technical roles and leadership roles. That is our direction for the future. It has to do with working a lot in the recruiting process.
From the very first step, that is how you seek talent, what opportunities are given to individuals in these fields, so they have information about their roles. Google seeks, what's the process to apply for a position, what's the interview process, how to ensure that the questions are inclusive. It's happened to me in the field of technology, not in Google, but in other companies with which I had interviews before joining Google, that they would ask me things like, are you thinking about having a family? Have you got children? Are you married? Questions that men are not asked. And what do these questions imply? And how this also translates into many women that are dismissed as part of these processes, because those that recruit don't understand the values that women bring into companies and these diverse perspectives. So there's much internal work to do for the women that are already working in the company and also for those that will be joining the company in the future. And there's also much external work to do. Again, it is a responsibility for us as a company to work with the communities and to promote the inclusion of women and minorities into the digital ecosystem. How do we do it? Well, in different ways. I'll give you some examples. I don't want to take too much time because we have much to discuss in a short panel, but we support NGOs that work in the field of gender inclusion, and they are experts in Latin America. Laboratoria in Latin America, an NGO that offers training programs for women in the field of technology. We also work with CODEA, which is an NGO that also does similar work in Chile, but focusing on entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. This issue of women entrepreneurs is key. Recently, I read an article that said that the venture capital that went to startups led by women, and probably this number was already mentioned, but it was like 2% of all the venture capital. 98% of the venture capital went to men-led startups and only 2% to women-led startups. Why? Because women do worse startups. Is that the reason? No, we know that's not the reason. We know there are many obstacles in access to information even. Women have obstacles to have access to information about how to apply for the capital, how to position themselves vis-a-vis these international players. So there is a huge barrier there. So we support many NGO projects of organizations that work with women entrepreneurs, with startups led by women specifically. There's a very nice program by Google for women-led startups where they are offered training in skills, access to talks and pitches with venture capitalists, and many other programs that we open up to the community. Another program I think of now, which is quite relevant here, is a program we developed in the framework of Center for Gender and Technology that's called I Am Remarkable. It sounds strange in Spanish, but it means I'm remarkable. And it's about that. It's about helping women become empowered, to help them self-promote or promote themselves. One of the barriers that we find in the private sector and in the field of technology is that women find it difficult to share their achievements, value that they contribute to teams. They have this idea that it's not, that it's bad to say, I'm good at what I do my job well, and that's why I deserve a promotion, I deserve to be part of this team, I deserve this position. They find it difficult to do that. We find it difficult to do that. So it's a very nice program which we developed in the framework of this Center for Gender and Technology to help women feel more comfortable in this task of promoting themselves. And there are many other examples, but shall I stop here? Yes, but maybe later we can share more success stories that we've had in the company. It's very good. You touched upon some key points. The viewpoint of the recruitment staff, how to provide training within the company, and also co-creating the ecosystem, which we have mentioned before. Professor Rafael, I think it's so interesting, if you're still online, to hear more about the work you've done, the MOOC of AI elements. You told me you have a good share of women participating. Maybe you can share some of that experience of the work you do. Thank you. Yes, it's a MOOC, it's a mass online course developed in Finland through the European Commission and the government of Finland. So the proposal appeared to be interesting in the sense that it is a course where the elements, the basic elements of AI are taught. We always talk about democratization, and that means that it's devised for any individual that's interested in knowing and learning about AI, which is dominating, or maybe not dominating, but algorithms are all over the place and they're being used in many, many fields. So the idea was to eliminate myths, to demystify, and at the same time promote the technology side or the implementation of that technology in different areas so that individuals lose their fears. Erica talked about this. I liked what Erica said about their systems. We don't need to have students that know specifically about mathematics, but they only need to have the basic elements to understand how algorithms work. So it's algorithms that aim at molding business aspects, so they understand how things work in AI. This is the course, the MOOC elements of AI. Currently, in the Spanish version, we have versions in almost all the languages of European countries. You can find information in elements of AI.com. There's also an English version, and then there are communities or the translation for the course for the various countries. There's one in Spanish language. We're the third largest community with 25,000. The main one is that of Finland because they were the first to launch it. And then comes Germany. And an interesting thing is that from the viewpoint of data, it is quite illustrative to see that there's almost parity, gender parity in the individuals that follow the course. I have this on the screen. There's almost full, complete gender parity. There's 49% of women, and that is people that declare what gender they have. And let me just say that it's a course that's been completed by almost 10% of the individuals. We have many people that have already graduated. It works very well. And the idea of the course is to show the technology is not complicated. Of course, there's part of the work that needs to be developed. There are external companies like Google where you can develop courses. You don't need to have specific studies. But individuals need to be able to understand what they are doing and work with code. And they have to know what data they are managing. We've found, and the 50% of women has surprised us. There's an interesting part here that is this gender gap that we mentioned before. I'm the director of the school. For you to have an idea in terms of enrollment, more than 70% of our students are men and 30% are women. This means part that we have a basic problem in terms of training and education at certain levels. So in addition to gender perspective policies, we should focus on education, trying to democratize technology and convey the message that technology is not just for men, but for everybody, so that we have an equal number of men and women following technology studies. We need to focus on that. In my team, I have a gender parity, and we are all involved in an interesting project, which is women in engineering at a national level. And we are saying, well, like Tamar said, here we have influential people that are relevant in the Spanish IT industry, and they are women, to show the example that this is not a field that where only males can work. There are many relevant women in the field. And then we have another interesting project at UNED. It was presented by the government, and it's called Women in Africa, to facilitate access to technology. I think Anthony mentioned Kenya, but Africa is a continent that still has much work to do in terms of inclusion and gender. So we need to focus on that too. So to conclude, in connection with education, I'd like to stress the fact that we need inclusive policies at the educational level. And I'm not talking about university, but at the lower levels of education, to promote that interest in technology. For that, we need to start at an early stage, at an early age. In the case of Spain, in primary or secondary school levels, so as to have more equity and equality in these fields. Very interesting. There need to be strategies for early childhood and for the various stages in education, and even creating reskilling opportunities so as to bring in people that could be in the market and that could be becoming educated in these technologies and not there. So we have to bring them in, to bring them on board. Are there any questions from the audience in the room or online for our panel members? Any questions? Any questions online? No questions. Very well. I think we've covered several of the points we wanted to discuss in this panel. I would ask you if you have any closing remarks, any additional comments that you'd like to share before closing. I'm thinking that ultimately these are important challenges. All of the challenges we discussed are important, and these are complex matters that require that we work together with the various stakeholders in society, the academic sector, the government, businesses, NGOs. So these are challenges that require a coordination and joint work in order to obtain the needed outcomes to ensure digitalization with inclusion and diversity. Any closing remarks? Very well. I thank you all very much. Very well. We are reaching the end of the first Women in Tech in Argentina. Thank you very much for accompanying us throughout the day. Before moving to the closing, let me tell you 2 or 3 things so you take into account. If you were given headsets to hear the translation, the interpretation, please remember to give them back before you leave. And before you leave, we want to have a picture taken in the garden of the palace, which is very beautiful. So don't go. Stay with us for the picture. The picture is very important for us, and we want you all to be part of it. Micaela. Very well. Let's first say goodbye to the members of the last panel of the day. Thank you very much again. And now, let's welcome the authorities who will deliver their closing remarks.
Nos van a estar acompañando en este último bloque del evento.
In this last section of the meeting, with us will be the Secretary of Technological Innovation of the Public Sector, Micaela Sanchez Malcolm, the Secretary for Climate Change, Sustainable Development and Innovation from the Ministry of the Environment of Argentina, Ms. Cecilia Nicolini, and the Secretary for Economic International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Argentina, Ms. Cecilia Todesca-Bocco. We deeply thank Cecilia for being with us, and we thank you for offering this space for us to hold the first Women in Tech in Argentina. Thank you very much.
Vamos a intentar hacer un cierre un poco más. Por ahí en el cierre.
We will try to have a more relaxed closing ceremony. Good afternoon once again, and thank you to both Cecilias for sharing this closing ceremony. We've had a very fruitful and intense day. We've had the support of everybody who have participated in our first Women in Tech in Argentina. So thank you for those participating here in Argentina, in Finland, and all the teams that made it possible. We talked about many things: technology, feminisms, all the feminist movements. We also mentioned inequalities, economy, horizontality, joint work, the need to get training so that we are more equal in the different labor markets. We also mentioned the possibilities we can attain regarding plurality and wealth. We also mentioned the efforts that the state, that NGOs, companies are making. We also mentioned the amount of opportunities we have to create an easier and bigger inclusion of women in the field of technology and telecommunications. And fundamentally, we spoke about the power underlying all these structures. And we also mentioned the importance of wanting to participate, to belong, to be here, because we also mentioned the different obstacles that exist about how we can be more sustainable, more digital, and equal. Everything that has been mentioned today is based on an idea that we have to strengthen, which is when we speak of technologies, we're not considering technologies as a mere device, but technologies exist within a space, a framework, a horizon, because technologies respond to human, and these meetings, such as this, render our debates more humane. There is one specific requirement, which is having more women represented in all spheres, in all walks of life. We must create opportunities, possibilities exist. We must revamp them, make them visible, because inequality is not natural, is not a given. Inequality is political, and solutions are also political, from state policies, from business policies, social policies, the neighborhoods, and different militant approaches. We have to continue building. We have to continue working. This is the first of the large amount of meetings we're going to have in the future, but I'd like to commit you all to carry out our initiatives from the state, from the foreign ministry, from the environment ministry, from the government itself. We want to keep working along those lines, and we would also like to thank you, especially for your work and your commitment. Hello. I am so delighted to be here. In my previous life, before climate change, before vaccines, before returning to Argentina, I worked for many years in the sector of technology. And when Micaela asked me to participate, I was very happy to debate an issue that has to do with equality, gender issues, and gender approaches, especially regarding the implementation of technology and how we use technology as a tool to solve problems. How technology can become an ally of feminists and feminism. I remember an article I wrote when I was in the MIT Technology Review, when we mentioned the crystal ceilings. In technology, it's not crystal or glass, it's silica. It's very hard to break. So technology is such a powerful tool to create a positive impact, but it also amplifies the gaps. It's something that we have to pay a lot of attention to. So when I was thinking about today's meeting and about my role in climate change, the Climate Change Secretariat, there's a relationship between feminism, the fight against climate change, and technological revolution. These are three common axes. They are all part of the public agenda, and they are here to stay and to reform everything, to transform everything, radically speaking. This brings about many opportunities and many challenges, because it is just about breaking the status quo, of putting an end to privileges, to be connected to our own interests and to fight economic interests. We have to be very brave and to work collectively. And that is when facing a challenge as society to fight against the climate crisis, how can we use technology as a tool to attain that goal, to help us find solutions so as to reduce greenhouse gas effects and gas emissions, to transform the ways in which we produce, and how can we do it with a tool which is feminism, where equality should be the main basis so that all our transformations can help us attain a goal. And this is a great opportunity. And it has to do with the future of coming generations, the possibility of having a wonderful future with a wonderful life, or to have a dystopian future in which we face very dark scenarios. I was saying future generations, but it's present generations. It's our lives and the lives of our children. There lies a big opportunity to work together. And this cannot be done without the participation of women. Probably you've mentioned this throughout the day: design of technology, algorithms, how undesirable situations can be brought about. But how can we use the tool to bring about positive changes? And also to have women as decision makers in big companies and platforms that increasingly concentrate economic profits. They concentrate data, which is very valuable. How can we make those transformations bring about a positive impact? And when we talk about rethinking capitalism, rebuilding it, changing the way in which we consume, and how can we bring about data as part of a new life, a new approach? So that's a big opportunity, as I said before. And as usual, we have to pay special attention to women and non-conforming genders. We see that climate change and climate crises, droughts and floods, the main victims are women, women in vulnerable situations especially. So we must increasingly work so that by designing public policies and by bringing about transformations, part of those solutions should be taking women into account. What Micaela said about having a brief Q&A session would be lovely if we could bring it about. It's an opportunity that lies ahead of changing everything. It would be great for us to use the tools that we have achieved as a collective struggle from the feminist movement, using such a powerful tool such as technology, so that that transformation is virtuous, is fully aware, and includes everyone. I'm going to be very brief. The good news is that I'm the last speaker So to all of you who want to leave, we have a few minutes to go. Secondly, I think somebody was being asked to come to the rostrum. Please join us. Thank you to the ambassadress of Finland. Thank you, Nokia. Thank you to the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversities, to the Ministry of the Environment. Micaela and Ceci are two workmates that have overcome many, many obstacles. These last 2 years have been very peculiar, and it is first necessary to grow. And you will say, okay, this is obvious. Well, the world is now debating, once again, debating how we're going to grow and what's the pace of growth. If there is no growth, the employment market doesn't pull us along. But growth by itself is not either bringing about the social and productive results we expect. So public policies have to find the common ground where internal market and the development of skills will pull the market forward. But there are inequalities. If we can bring public policies to find common ground, results are very good. That is why this kind of seminar is very important, where the different approaches of public policy meet and come together. In the case of Argentina, it is a valid example. The first law in 2004, knowledge-based economy law of 2020, and a policy that has been transforming and maintained itself a long time. And then the challenge of how to bring this fourth exporting sector, which is knowledge-based services. We rank fourth after soy, cars, and wheat. This is a sector that can create well-paid jobs, and the challenge is to make those jobs available for all, and not only for the group of workers that can reach these jobs or can access these jobs, together with our fellow workers. If it's good for women and diversities, it's good for macroeconomics. They shouldn't be parallel agendas. They must meet at a certain point, because otherwise inequalities reproduce themselves. It's always the same people getting those jobs because they meet all those requirements. So in this complicated world where we live, we haven't overcome the pandemic yet, and we have a part of the world in a war, and the rest of the world is suffering the consequences, humanitarian consequences, and economic consequences. Also, we must redouble, re-strengthen the search for dialogue, for different tables around which we can debate our conflicts and have our eyes on growth and opportunities for all. As I said, trying to bring public policies to meet with other policies so that we can stop the vicious cycle of inequality. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to have you here in this space, which should be shared for all. Take your picture and go home to a warm cup of something, because it's an awful day outside. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor back to Lilian, so she tells us what we have to do next, on behalf of the Embassy of Finland, let me thank you all for partaking of this meeting, which has been highly inspirational. It's been great, this very beautiful venue. And I'd like also to thank all the organizational team. They've done a great job. And let me also thank the technical team back there. They've done a great job too. I hope you've enjoyed the day. And I hope this is the first of many more meetings to come. Yes, I hope it's the first of many more to come. Very well. We are all relaxed now. We've eaten nice food. We've heard very inspirational talks. When we thought about this event, we thought that it shouldn't be like the usual ones where women would discuss their difficulties and where they would leave us one form of inspiration. We wanted this to be a meeting where there was a mix and where women could stage and showcase their knowledge. That's why we wanted to address issues that are of the essence today. It's daily issues that we face daily since we hear the weather report until we encounter a difficulty because we don't have good connectivity somewhere, or when we meet someone that doesn't have the digital skills that would enable for them an interaction like the one we have and we consider normal. We thought about it as a meeting of women for women, but in the understanding that the conversation is broader. Because when we talk about diversity, we talk about gender, we talk about ideas, we talk about physical conditions, mental conditions, and we really talk about being inclusive. So with this label that women are usually given, that we are more sensitive or more emotional, we have the capacity with the care we're used to providing. We have to be able to address those issues, that it's not just us, that there are many people, that this movement, this current movement, will benefit many people because many others will be included. So that's the spirit in which we devised all the talks, the ideas we wanted to share. We wanted to show that women have a presence in leadership, they occupy decision-making positions, they have a presence to generate changes in businesses, in society, in the public sector, and in third sector organizations. I hope being able to convey all that. I hope each one of you takes back something new from today's meeting. And again, with us are 4 women who are open to receiving questions, to engage in a dialogue. So please raise your hand and I'll offer you the mic. They're all very shy. It won't happen, right? It won't happen. No, it won't. Let's have the picture taken and we can continue chatting outside. Again, let me thank you all. Celedonio mentioned some individuals. The work team has been huge, multidisciplinary, people from different areas, from the public sector, from the private sector, with different kinds of expertise. There are many names that come to mind, but it's always risky because you might run the risk of forgetting to or neglecting to mention someone. But let me thank each one of those that have been taking care of every detail in the organization. It's been a challenge and we've succeeded. So thank you all very much for the work done for so many months and in particular today. Let's meet outside, downstairs, for the closing picture. Take your coats with you.